That music makes me so happy every time I hear it. Hello and welcome to the third and final day of Voices 2020. We have yet another day of inspiring content lined up for you. In our first session on day one, we covered the wider world, and yesterday we started by delving inside the fashion system and ended with a session on technology and innovation. Later today, we round up our event with a session that asks you to live your best life. But now, in session 4, we go into the heart of one of the most important fashion stories of the year, reinventing retail. Have a look at this video we filmed on the first day of Voices 2020 so you have some context on where we're broadcasting from today and get a better sense of this big story that's shaping the industry this year. Welcome to Voices 2020, the Business of Fashion's annual gathering for big thinkers. And welcome to Westbourne Grove in West London. I've lived around here for the past 2 decades. Just around the corner, I started writing The Business of Fashion from my sofa back in 2007. Just like in the movie, the Notting Hill of 1999 was filled with vintage stores and stalls. That gradually made way for a global village of contemporary brands from France, international lifestyle stores, and destination brunch spots. This has always been a really vibrant and interesting place to live, but I've never seen it change so much as I have in the past 9 months. When COVID-19 suddenly shut everything down, I started taking daily walks and documenting the retail transformation happening all around me. Over the summer, restaurants and shops that have been here for decades suddenly disappeared. Matches Fashion closed its 3 Notting Hill boutiques. Gwyneth Paltrow's Goop store shut down. And so did Reformation, All Saints, and many more. Then, almost as rapidly, a whole series of new retail concepts and restaurants opened up. From greengrocers and CBD purveyors, fashion outlet stores shedding inventory, there was a retail transformation happening right before my eyes. By the time September rolled around, it became clear that we would not be able to hold Voices at our regular venue at Soho Farmhouse in Oxfordshire. So we thought, why not a pop-up Voices studio? So here we are on Westbourne Grove, right in the future of retail, the heart of one of the most important stories in the fashion industry this year. And throughout Voices 2020, we'll be broadcasting from here, our COVID-secure studio. We'll have some speakers joining us virtually and a handful of in-person conversations. And we've been working on some pre-recorded talks, especially for this event over the last few weeks. Now, there's no doubt that the behavioral shifts of the last 10 months will leave a permanent imprint on the retail landscape. In the US alone, some 20 to 25,000 stores are likely to shut this year, which is more than double the number that closed in 2019. Macy's, Zara, JCPenney, John Lewis, Isetan are amongst those to have announced closures around the world. And just this week, 2 venerable fashion retailers here in the UK fell victim to the crisis too. Arcadia Group, which owns Topshop, fell into administration, the UK's version of Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. And Debenhams, the mid-range department store, is shutting down altogether, eliminating more than 12,000 retail jobs. One exception to the rule, however, is China, where next year, physical retail is actually expected to grow by up to 5%. But the pandemic is weighing on our customers' minds as well, as reported in the State of Fashion 2021. Over 20% of US consumers expect the crisis to affect their personal or household finances for more than a year, and 34% say they'll trade down to less expensive items to save money. But we remain confident that this isn't the death knell for physical retail. Rather, it's a moment of intense transformation in the retail landscape. Just have a look around you. As I reflected on in the video, as you just saw, new concepts and service-focused retailers are already opening. And to shed some light on these new retail archetypes, I'm pleased to welcome one of our Voices alumni and the host of our recent podcast series, Retail Reborn, Doug Stevens, to give us a preview from his upcoming book, due out next year. Consider this the sequel to Doug's popular talk at VOICES 2017, only delivered in a way that had to adapt to the COVID-19 era. As you'll see, his insights are as valuable as ever.
Hi there, everyone. It's fantastic to be with you. And I just want to send a thanks out right off the top to Imran and the entire team at Business of Fashion for having me as part of today's event. You know, it seems almost inconceivable to me now that about 11 months ago, myself and 37,000 of my colleagues from around the retail industry converged on the Jacob Javits Center in New York City for the annual pilgrimage known as the National Retail Federation Show, or the Big Show as it's known in the retail industry. And little did any of us know at that time that the entire global retail industry was about to be rocked by a meteor strike known as COVID-19. And that only a matter of weeks after we gathered in that center, the Jacob Javits Center itself was turned into an Army Corps of Engineers field hospital to deal with an overflow of patients suffering from COVID-19 in the New York City area. But what I want to focus with you on today is the longer term, because I think there's a huge risk in a crisis like this of becoming very myopic, becoming very focused in the moment, in the news cycle today, or in business developments today. And what we can lose sight of is the horizon, the deeper changes that are taking place under the surface that can sideswipe us coming out of this crisis. And while some people see COVID-19 as an accelerator of trends that were already in process, I see it very differently. I believe that COVID-19 has not only accelerated the future of retail, I believe that it has altered it entirely. And I say that because our lives are not a reflection of retail. Life is not a reflection of how we shop. How we shop is a reflection of life. And in order to understand the future of retail, we need to understand how this crisis has fundamentally changed our lives. Hundreds of millions of us are now working from home on a regular basis, and there's every indication that this is going to become common practice at a growing percentage of companies. We're educating from home, which has surfaced significant opportunities to rethink the education system and the technologies that support remote learning. Cities around the world are experiencing outbound migrations leading to a profound redistribution of population and wealth, and the very nature of cities, too, is being rethought. This, of course, impacts transportation systems and models, all built to accommodate a daily influx of workers in and out of cities, thus impacting the retail that's been built along those transportation routes. And finally, even the social and professional experiences that we are having are being reshaped, moving us closer to quality interactions and effective levels of productivity via technology. And none of this should come as a surprise because, frankly, if you go and you stand on the corner in any major city in the world and you look around, 99% of what you're looking at was created in the industrial era for an industrialized world. None of it was created for the digital era. And so I see COVID-19 not as a mere accelerator. I see it as a threshold, a unique wormhole in time where society as a whole is being pulled out of the industrial era and across the threshold of the digital age. Now, for many companies, that's been a terribly difficult transition. But for these companies, Amazon, Alibaba, JD.com, and Walmart, this has been like a 10-month steroid drip. When we emerge from this crisis, these brands are going to be infinitely stronger and more far-reaching into the lives of consumers, leading us to what I call the end of the beginning of e-commerce. And I say that because as we speak today, about $3 trillion worth of the global retail economy is transacted online. But the opportunity that still remains is $27 trillion worth of retail activity. And so as these companies now begin to consider how they continue this inordinate level of growth that they've experienced through the pandemic, it's my belief that they're going to start attacking that remaining $27 trillion worth of retail economy. But they're not going to do it simply by selling us more of what we're familiar with, more subscriptions, more electronics, more household goods, more apparel. No, My belief is they are going to start to attack categories that are both vulnerable to disruption and promise exponential returns in the form of revenue and profitability. Categories like banking, insurance, education, shipping, and healthcare. And when you start to explore the tentacles that these companies have already put into these categories, it's absolutely stunning. For example, if you look only at Amazon's activity in the field of healthcare, over the last 3 years, the company has launched 9 major initiatives aimed at disrupting the category, culminating only a couple of weeks ago with the announcement that Amazon was starting an online pharmacy. Just on the announcement alone, the stock of CVS and Walgreens tanked. And so it is completely conceivable that in the years following the pandemic, Amazon will not simply be shipping groceries and apparel items to your home. They may be your child's tutor. They may be your savings, your checking account, your credit card. They may be your healthcare provider. In fact, they may hold the insurance policy on your home and your automobile. And when that happens, these companies are going to transform from being large international retail enterprises to becoming more like utility companies that power every aspect of a consumer's life. They will evolve from being competitors to becoming apex predators. And I say that not as a pejorative. What I mean is that they will have achieved the highest possible level of their own evolution. They will have no natural enemies apart from themselves. And the danger, of course, in that, not just for retailers, but for all businesses, is that it puts Amazon in a position where it will no longer be reliant on its product marketplaces for revenue and profitability. In fact, it can use products and services to draw consumers into its life ecosystem. And that in turn will spark a chain reaction where large national retailers now begin to adopt and build out third-party marketplaces just in an effort to compete with these apex predators. And that will require that every other business in the market revisit its fundamental core positioning. But I don't mean positioning in the traditional sense. Traditionally, we've thought of positioning from the standpoint of luxury versus discount or convenience versus experiential. That's not what I'm talking about. Instead, I'd like you to think about it this way. In the post-pandemic retail era, purpose will be the new positioning. And by purpose, I don't mean your corporate vision, your values, your mission statement. All that is fine, but it's not what I'm talking about. What I mean is this. If your brand is the answer to a question, then what is that question? What is the one question that you and your brand alone is the ultimate answer to for a consumer? I'll give you an example. Why is it you think that we buy Nike products? Is it that we're simply buying decent looking apparel that's well designed and relatively affordable? Is that what we're doing? See, I don't think so. I believe when we buy Nike products, we're buying stories. Stories about justice and equality, stories about perseverance and challenge, and stories about pushing through failure to reach success. When we buy Nike products, we're buying a cultural point of view. And Nike answers a very specific consumer question. The question, of course, is who inspires me? And so what we've created at Retail Profit are 10 retail archetypes that we believe are going to define the future of retail. 10 archetypal business models that we believe are going to remain resilient, profitable, and vital in that future. And in that framework, Nike is the storyteller. Other brands may take a totally different approach, and we find a great example in Patagonia. Patagonia, of course, has a rich heritage of environmental activism, from the design of their stores, the attention to carbon footprint of their physical assets, all the way through to their appeals to customers to reuse, repair, or resell their products. Patagonia, too, answers a very clear and important consumer question. That question being, which retailer aligns with my values? And that makes Patagonia an activist brand, a brand that appeals to a consumer's sense of cause. And that's a very different proposition than you would find at Camp. Camp is a New York City-based retailer that many people look at and say, this is the toy store that Toys R Us should have been. The irony in that is that only about 20 to 25% of Camp's revenue actually comes from toys. Because beyond the 1,500 square foot toy store experience at the front of the space, and behind a secret door sits an 8,500 square foot black box theater of experiences for children and their families that changes all the time, with the bulk of Camp's revenue coming from live events, memberships, and other online experiences. And where Toys R Us answered the question, where can I buy a toy? Camp answers the broader question, where can my child and I go to have fun? Within our framework, that makes Camp an artist brand. An artist brand is that which takes unremarkable products, but creates such a beautiful theatrical experience around those products that it draws consumers in. In other cases, we may be looking purely for expertise as a consumer, and that calls to mind a brand like Hodinkee. Now, Hodinkee is a brand in the wristwatch market. I happen to be a bit of a collector of wristwatches. And so the story with Hodinkee is that in 2008, Ben Clymer, who was working in the financial services sector in New York City, decided that he was going to leave the financial world and he was going to go deep into the category of wristwatches. And he had been given a wristwatch by his grandfather when he was very young, and that sort of started his passion. So with that, he began researching and writing and editorializing about the wristwatch market. Well, one thing led to another. His following grew. He hired more bloggers, more videographers, more podcasters, and eventually built out a significant media network around wristwatches. But he had to make a decision. He came to a point where he had to decide, are we going to continue down the editorial route with advertising as the chief form of revenue, or is there a better way? And with that, he decided to open up a watch marketplace for both new and vintage watches. The bottom line is you can barely get your hands on anything that Hodinkee posts to their site. And in some cases, we're talking about watches that are tens of thousands of dollars and they sell out almost immediately. Why? Because Ben Clymer has created through Hodinkee an authoritative voice that people trust implicitly. And like all of our other archetypes, Hodinkee answers a very clear question for consumers. That being, where can I go to get the absolute best advice in this category? And in our construct, that makes Hodinkee an oracle brand, a brand that essentially represents the high watermark for knowledge and expertise in their category, a beacon to consumers who are looking for credible information. In some cases, it's really just about the product itself. It's about the design of the product. Companies like Apple, Dyson, Away, and Tesla have carved out reputations for remarkable product design. And they too answer a very simple but important question, and that is, where can I find the best designed product? And as an archetype, that makes these brands engineer brands, brands that focus meticulously on the nuances of design and aesthetics and functionality of their products. And sometimes we're simply looking for something different. In 2012, Ernie Garcia III was attending a wholesale car auction in Phoenix when a remarkably simple idea hit him, an idea that would change an entire industry. Why, he wondered, couldn't consumers just buy cars the same way that dealers do at auction, using a comprehensive spec sheet and then making go or no-go decisions about which cars to buy in a matter of seconds and then confidently plunking down their cash? With that, he created Carvana, a company that completely reinvented the experience of buying a car, using technology to replace the dealer experience. It's also worth noting that Carvana is now not only one of the fastest growing and largest startups in history, it is also the second largest dealership of automobiles in the United States. And Carvana, like every other archetype, answers a very clear question, that being, who has a better way of buying this product? And in this construct, that makes Carvana and brands like Carvana renegade brands, brands that come into a market with a distinctly different or better way of buying that product, brands that change the price value proposition in their category, and in doing so, disrupt the incumbents in that category. Now, when you step back and look at these 10 archetypes, you'll notice something. You'll notice that they're broken into 4 quadrants: culture, entertainment, expertise, and product. In the post-pandemic era, it's going to be essential that every company, regardless of category, establish a dominant archetypal position in one of these quadrants. The next question, of course, is how do you bring these archetypes to life? How do you bring them to life in such a way that you can fight back against these apex predator brands? And the way I'd like you to think about it is this. In the post-pandemic era, your store, your physical assets are going to become a media channel. And your media is in essence going to become the store. So what do I mean by that? Well, what I mean is this. Every form of media now that the consumer has exposure to is no longer simply a call out to go to the store. Every form of media must be the store. It must give the consumer the ability to purchase in that moment of inspiration. We also have the means of building in elements of customer service, be it through chatbots or live streaming. We have the technologies to allow customers to try things, to experience things before they buy. And we can make every form of media within that customer's reach fully immersive, engaging, and shoppable. And so while most brands will never be able to compete with apex predators in terms of building out these massive life ecosystems, what they can do is build a robust media ecosystem that feeds opportunities to consumers to engage, to interact, and ultimately to buy. And if we do all this properly, it becomes a self-fulfilling system of engagement where the experiences in our physical stores become content that we can then push online in a shoppable way. And that shoppable content then drives consumers back to our stores for more experiences. And all of it, of course, connected by technology. And finally, I just want to leave you with one thought, and that is this. This is indeed a very strange and difficult time for many of us, both personally and professionally. But I want you to think about something else. The 1918 pandemic and the Spanish flu, for all of its disaster, and it was, 50 million people died worldwide, but it led to something else. It led to the Roaring '20s, a time of amazing prosperity, innovation, and productivity. And I have every confidence that if we as an industry can really dig deep, can become creative, can revisit our fundamental purpose and our positioning, deliver new value to consumers, and create remarkable experiences across all of the channels we sell in, that we too can experience our own version of the Roaring '20s, that being the Roaring 2020s. Thank you very much for your time.
And thanks to Doug, I share his optimism, and we're going to cover so many of those topics as this session continues. And later, alongside Rachel Schechtman, Doug will be back at the end of our session on Reinventing Retail for a quick fire round of questions from the BOF community. So remember, you can submit your questions using the box on the right side of your video screen. Now, with billions of people sheltering at home, the standards and expectations of the last mile of customer service have risen dramatically. One excellent example of this is the UK-based company Deliveroo, something like Scootsie in India, or DoorDash in the US, or Ele.me in China. Restaurants are now sending detailed instructions on how to serve and present their meals. No more tacky takeout bags anymore. Deliveries come in less than 20 or 30 minutes, or they're considered too slow. And the customer experience has to be flawless. Fashion is an industry that prides itself on customer service, and yet, when the pandemic first hit, the readiness of many fashion brands to serve their customers inside their homes was at best mediocre and at worst sorely lacking. But now consumers do expect brands to come to them. Companies have had to quickly up their game. And one new enterprise, Toshi, is offering a white label service that promises to help them do just that. To discuss how to evoke emotion in this last mile of customer service, I'd like to welcome Sojin Lee to the BOF studio here in London, and Will Shu, the founder and CEO of Deliveroo, who is joining us remotely somewhere else in London. Welcome to both of you.
Thank you. Hi, Will.
Hey, everyone. I'm excited to be here.
Thanks for joining. Will, I wanted to get started with you. Everyone in the UK knows what Deliveroo is, but we have a global audience of, BOF professionals from 106 countries. So, for those who don't already know, how would you kind of describe Deliveroo as a business? Why did you create it? Describe the business in a nutshell.
So, I moved to London in 2004, but before that I had lived in New York. And my first job out of college, I worked in a job where I had to work about 100 hours a week. And so I basically consumed every single meal in the office. But back in New York, we didn't have internet ordering. We would call up places and give your credit card details, and you had all these paper menus stuffed in a drawer. And when I got transferred over to London, there really weren't good options for delivery. And then a company called Just Eat really started taking off here. And these guys basically took those paper menus and put them online. But then ultimately, I was looking for delivery from a lot of different restaurants that weren't available. And I wanted something faster, and I wanted the ability to track the order. So ultimately, that's why I started Deliveroo, which is a three-sided marketplace between delivery riders, restaurants, and consumers. And the idea is, you're dealing with something that's an emotional product. It's food. Everyone thinks about food emotionally. It's mission critical because you're hungry. And it needs to get to you in under half an hour. And so it's a pretty difficult thing to get right, and it's an emotional product. And that's what we do every day, both from restaurants and grocery stores.
Okay. And how did the pandemic impact your business? Well, if I was to judge based on my own behavior, there must have been a massive spike in demand for Deliveroo.
I think for the pandemic for us, kind of a tale of two halves. At first, actually, in Europe and the UK, where's a lot of where we operate, restaurants were shut for both dine-in and delivery for quite some time. So it was actually a pretty difficult time for us initially. And since then, we've seen a pretty big increase in growth, driven by just new users to the category primarily.
Okay. Sojin, let's turn to you. Toshi is a much newer business. And it's, I think something you started just back in 2017. So you've been kind of working in the background. This is kind of your big debut to share your master plan with the global fashion community that's watching online. How does Toshi work? Why did you set Toshi up in the first place?
Sure. So I set Toshi up because I'm always interested in following consumer behavior and consumer demand. So when I look at the data plays, it really showed that this concept of on-demand and convenience is critical, right? We already have people like Deliveroo, we have Uber, we have this concept of, the immediacy also because of Amazon Prime. So on-demand was certainly important when it came to being able to reach your consumer faster. But then ultimately, because our sector is fashion, I think on-demand, for the sake of on-demand, is certainly not enough. So we decided to bookend that with service in the sense that, well, let's bring the product to the consumer's location, but then in effect, deliver for them the services that they're used to receiving in the dressing room. So things like, as you see here, wait and try, bring me extra sizes for free, do a basic fitting and a pinning, inspire me and bring me other things that I would like to see and buy. And also, ultimately, the ability to also do try before you buy, which is let me see it before I pay for it. And other commodities already do this, right? So manicure, pedicure, it's all coming to me, to my location on demand. And our sector was ripe for this kind of disruption. So Toshi really is saying that we believe that the next opportunity lies in home service or office, wherever that location may be. But we believe that it will be a normal third channel of sales in the near future. So it's complementary and it sits between offline and online.
Yeah. So you started this business pre-pandemic,
Yes.
and then the world changed. It's almost like there were two different worlds, pre and post coronavirus. You've been trying to sign up brands to this platform for some time. And I can imagine, knowing our industry, that there were some very challenging conversations trying to explain this vision to brands. I know Chanel, for example, was one of your first partners, which is an amazing partner to have. But maybe not everyone fully understood or bought into the vision of Toshi until the second world happened, the post-corona world.
Yeah.
Talk about what it's been like kind of getting industry players like Chanel onto the platform.
Absolutely. So I think pre-pandemic, it was all about let's invest in service, right? So how do we do a better job in defining the last mile to make it more relevant to luxury brands as well as to their consumers? So from that standpoint, it was actually an easy conversation with all the brands that we were speaking to. They understood the concept. They understood the potential added value. But I think it wasn't a priority, right? And then to be honest, as you were saying, there's some tech stack issues in general because not everybody was omni-channel ready. They didn't have stock visibility, even though you're looking at a dress online. So
you need stock visibility in the store.
In the store, exactly. And you need to be able to look at that because very much like Deliveroo, we were looking at proximity to stock, right? So my message was initially, you have stores. They're in the cities around the world. So activate those stores into nano warehouses. And this way you can join the on-demand economy, optimize that inventory, and also ROI on the rent. Why not? So pre-pandemic, absolutely, conversations flew, they understood the concept, but it was not a priority for a variety of reasons. But then with the pandemic, it became a priority. So we've been signing up aggressively great brands over the period of the last 8 months.
Okay, let's talk about that post-pandemic world again. I mean, Will, you've got insights based on the usage of Deliveroo and customer behavior across the UK and Europe. What do you think is going to be the most fundamental lasting change in terms of customer and consumer expectations for this last mile of service? We've talked about evoking emotion. Describe to us some of the things that you've seen change in terms of the feedback you're getting from the customers that are using Deliveroo.
I'll also talk about the restaurants as well, right? Because it's a three-sided marketplace. And if you think fundamentally, what is a restaurant really good at? They're really good at two things, in my view. They're great at cooking food, and they're great at making you feel special. And however which way that is, it could be the buzz of the place, it could be the owner, whatever the reason is. And what is lacking today, I think, is how do we evoke those same emotions online, right? And ultimately, what we're hard at work in trying to do is to figure out a way to give restaurateurs tools to allow them to tell their story online. And I think that's very relevant for fashion, clearly, right? So there's a few things we've done already. One is we actually have now allowed restaurants to have a direct connection with consumers. In other words, you can order through a restaurant's website, and we can deliver the food on their behalf. And in fact, we actually will build and design the website. We'll handle the payments. We'll handle the customer service. We'll do all of that stuff because we do it on our core business anyway. And the second part of this is, building tools on our platform to help them tell their story. And then also, I think in the long run, marry that. We collect millions and millions of reviews each week from our users. And to marry all of that content together to really migrate our platform from more of a transactional platform to more of a emotional platform. And I think the most impactful players in the space, whether it be fashion, film, food, all these things that people love talking about, that has to be, in my view, the way to go.
Sochin, is there anything you would add to that in terms of like the customer expectations? I mean, I mentioned it in my intro, but can you give us a bit more texture there?
Absolutely. So we've done thousands of orders to date now. And the customers love two aspects of this. They love the functional service, right? Because sometimes it's as simple as let me try different sizes, let me look at it, or I might not keep it because I'm not quite sure if the length is right. So there's the functional aspect, which is the logistics part of our arm. But fundamentally, it's also the emotional soundboarding, to have somebody there to help you. So we play a role in that.
So when someone says, does this look good on me?
Exactly,
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm thinking of going to this, and does it go with this coat that I happen to have in my closet? it does become a bit of a therapy session in some respects because they love that soundboarding. Now, every client is different. So our teams are really there to read the client, right? Because going into a client's location is very different than the client coming into the store, which is beautiful and magnificent. So that sort of ability to read the client emotionally is very important to us, which is what we also provide for the network that's out there doing the actual orders. But from the brand's perspective, today they know there's a disconnect. Right now it's usually a courier or it's a brown box, even if underneath it there's tissue paper. So for the brands, in order to extend the positioning of who they are, what they believe in, what they've invested in, needs a bit more, right, in terms of that final touch. And as we've known, the importance of the last mile, it's really the last frontier that you have left to be able to connect with the consumer. So whether that's just being super helpful, which is the emotional aspect, or if it's functional, which is, you know what, this doesn't work for me, so take it right back. The ease of the return even, because that is customer service. And for our world, retention, acquisition, customer lifetime value is what this is all about. And it really helps the brands to work their CRM. And just like Will was saying, what we do is we have 2 activation points, right? So we can be activated, this service can be activated inside the brand's own website, or it can be activated directly from store as well.
Yeah, in a way you both become kind of white label platforms for companies that want to integrate this kind of service into their own websites or apps or whatever. But that comes with certain expectations on logistics. And I mean, Will, it kind of boggles my mind to think about what you guys have to manage at Deliveroo. If you're giving advice, and I know Sojin, you met Will early on in your journey in setting up Toshi, just to ask the logistics question. Will, for organizations, other companies out there that are looking to kind of build this last mile, like what's your advice to them?
We figure out everything through first principles problem solving. The on-demand logistics world is a relatively new one. It's not a UPS routing problem. So the math problem that we're solving is a very new one. And, we've been hard at work at it for 8 years. We have super talented people at the company, working on all these hard math problems. So I would be happy to talk to anyone about it, but it was a lot of hard work and working with great people, to be honest. I think that's really it.
Yeah. And one final question. Some of your counterparts in other parts of the world have decided to take that logistics infrastructure and move into, products that aren't food related. So I know, Deliveroo just expanded into groceries. I can get my Waitrose delivery at home here, not far away. But would you ever take this infrastructure and extend it beyond the world of food?
We're focused on food. We think less than 1 out of 21 meals a week is transacted online today, and so we'd rather focus our resources, on the food side for now.
Okay, for now. Sojin, Will, thank you so much for joining us. Super great to talk to you. Lots to learn from that session.
Thanks.
Next up in Reinventing Retail, we move to one of the biggest cross-industry alliances in the history of the luxury industry. How will the Farfetch, Alibaba, Richemont, Kering deal reshape the luxury e-commerce sector? Stay tuned for a conversation with Farfetch founder and CEO Jose Neves and Alibaba president Mike Evans after the break. Welcome back to Voices 2020. Opportunistic investment was theme 7 in this year's report on the State of Fashion 2021. It offered a prediction that companies will begin maneuvering for the post-pandemic reality to grow market share and expand their capabilities. But in fact, it is already happening. The recent landmark deal with Farfetch, Alibaba, Richemont, and Kering is a case in point. First, it brings together 2 rival luxury goods groups, Richemont and Kering, who both invested in Farfetch. But there's also added interest because Richemont is also the owner of Yoox Net-a-Porter Group, a major rival to Farfetch. Now, I'm joined by Jose Neves, founder and chief executive of Farfetch, who's in São Paulo today, as well as Mike Evans, president of Alibaba, who joins us from Mexico. In this, their first joint conversation, they'll help us to understand the anatomy of this mega deal and what it portends for the global luxury e-commerce space. Welcome to you both, Jose and Mike.
Hi.
Jose, I wanted to start with you first. This is a deal that really took the industry by surprise. Some of our reporters kind of dropped the mic on Slack and other places, like, where did this deal come from? So in the first instance, can you just give us a sense of the genesis of this mega deal? How did it happen?
Sure. I think the genesis of the deal was a conversation which I will never forget about that conversation with Daniel Zhang. We had that conversation just to understand the Chinese online luxury market and what both the Luxury Pavilion was doing and Farfetch China was doing. And we ended up staying for a long time, much longer than what we expected. And what was clear to us was 3 things. First, we think as tech businesses. We are technology platforms. We're not retailers. And we really are at the service of the best brands and the best retailers to really enable them. We're here to enable industries. And that ethos was very, very striking because we're not here to replace physical retail, for example. Farfetch started with physical retail. That's what we did since day one. And we continue to have, with Star of the Future and Luxury New Retail, very much believe in how do we reinvent the magic of luxury, of physical retail. And it's the same with Alibaba, actually. So they are enabling tens of thousands of physical retailers in China, not in luxury, but in other categories, with one single digital platform. So that was one. The second was, China and how combined and joining forces, we could have a win-win proposition for consumers and also for brands and retailers in that market. And the third one was the global nature of this deal, that we should really, join forces to create this vision of luxury new retail. New retail is Alibaba's strategy. Augmented retail was Farfetch's strategy. Luxury new retail is the combination of these 2 strategies. And it's really a movement and a suite of products and technologies that is ready. So this is not fantasy. This is not future, gazing. This is ready. We are powering companies already. Chanel, for example, with Star of the Future now available to other companies, and obviously Alibaba in China. So that was how the story started. And then Richemont has a very close partnership with Alibaba. Artemis, and allow me to introduce a small correction. The investment was not from Kering, was from Artemis, so the Pinot holding company. They were already investors in Farfetch since our IPO, so we naturally, asked them, what do you think? Is this a vision from 2 technologists that really, are not seeing what the industry needs? Or is this something that your maisons and your brands would need and embrace and think very much is the future? And if so, would you help us shape that future? And we created this steering group where Johan Rupert and François Ripineau were very honored to have them help us with the roadmap. This is what we have, this is what we're doing. Does this make sense for you? And so in a nutshell, that's how the deal happened.
Okay. Mike, from the Alibaba side, you're such a dominant company in China. Something like 20% of consumer goods, I believe, are bought through your platform. What was the motivation from the Alibaba side to move into this partnership?
So Imran, I think from our side, I've always thought about it as 3 visions and a mission. Vision number 1 is that China today is about 35% of global luxury and probably will grow to 50% of global luxury over the next 3 to 5 years. So huge opportunity for brands and consumers and the big luxury houses to pursue that opportunity. Vision number 2 was really the transformation of luxury through what Jose just mentioned, which is luxury new retail. We have the new retail technologies. Farfetch has the new retail technologies, and we think this is the way to end this sort of silly distinction between you're either an offline service provider and therefore you don't like online, or you're an online service provider and you don't like offline. The two are never meant to be separated. It's all retail, and we need to make things easy for brands, merchants, but we also need to make things easy for the consumer. We do that with the new retail technologies. And I think the third vision was that this should be done globally, not just in China. But in order to do it globally, you have to have partners. You need technology partners, but you also need brand and luxury group partners. So this cannot be done by a single entity. You need to do this together. And so those 3 visions basically allow you to have a single mission, which is the digital transformation of luxury, and make it easy for brands, for consumers in China, outside of China, online, offline. That's never been done before. And so that's an ecosystem that we want people to join and be part of. It's not an ecosystem that we created to dominate and exclude.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. Now, on that point, when you hear all of the players that are involved with this deal, there's one player that's noticeably absent, which is, the dominant luxury group in the sector, LVMH, which owns something like, 75 different brands, not all of them fashion, of course. Was this something that you took to LVMH? I know, for example, Jose, some LVMH brands are on the Farfetch platform. If this is something to kind of really bring the different players in the industry together to kind of create this standard kind of operating platform for the whole industry globally across physical and digital retail, why isn't LVMH in the mix here? I'll go to you first, Jose.
Well, we spoke initially with the groups that already have a shareholding or a JV relationship. In the case of Richemont with Alibaba, in the case of Artemis with Farfetch. But this is open to everyone. This is absolutely. Two platforms joining forces to create a single unified platform across online, offline, mono-brand and multi-brand, by the way, because CEOs think of a matrix of 2 by 2. The consumer thinks as a circle, right? And this needs to be transformed. And I think this year clearly showed that. And that's what we have. And we have ready to go and out of the box. And for everyone, for all the luxury groups, obviously LVMH, other luxury groups, for medium brands, for smaller brands, for retailers, for department stores, and I think for medium and small brands, actually this is an incredibly powerful combination, because with one single integration and without the need of producing one single product more, which is also a very sustainable approach, you're suddenly visible, not only on the Farfetch, platform, but also on the mobile platform with a cross-border model. which is transformational for small, medium brands, but also for large that already may have a position, a storefront on TLP, and maybe they have 100 SKUs. With this, they will have 5,000 SKUs. They will have the global inventory, which gives them much more visibility, more than before. Again, without producing a single item more, and giving Chinese consumers, because that's what's in it for the consumer, the ability to shop real-time fashion from Milan, from Paris, from New York, from LA, from Tokyo, from wherever they used to love shopping, and now, unfortunately, they're not able to. So this is, I think, a win-win for all participants, and it's open to all.
So everyone's invited to join. That's good to hear. So we'll track the other brands and maybe groups that decide to be part of it. I wanted to turn the conversation and focus a little bit on the Chinese market. Earlier in the event, we've been talking about kind of, China basically bucking the global trend in terms of economic growth, consumer confidence, a series of measures that show that, China has, of all the countries in the world, the major markets in the world, China has already, in a way, come out of the crisis stage, and things are turning back towards growth. So Mike, as that's a kind of market that very well, can you just paint a picture for us right now of the retail landscape in China and how you expect that to evolve, and any lessons to share that might be applicable on a global level?
Sure. I think the most important thing that China did to allow its economy to return to, say, 4.9 or 5% growth and allow retail confidence to reemerge was they got on top and solved the problem of the pandemic. And when I talk to my teams in China, when I talk to Daniel almost every week, the message is very simple, which is look at how normal China has come back to in terms of what's happening on our platform. Look at 11/11, where we sold $75 billion in our global shopping festival. Look at our published results in terms of the growth in our business, both growth in consumers and growth in revenues. Everything tells you and shows you that China has returned to pre-COVID levels of consumption and consumer confidence. And that's because they got on top of the pandemic, eliminated it, and they're aggressively on top of any sign of an outbreak anywhere in the country. Now, the second thing is that I think that China's also been a growth in sectors that are not growing. So luxury is probably going to decline by close to 22% globally this year, according to the independent studies. And yet in China, it's growing by 45%, that sector. In 2019, we now know, because we've looked at the data, 90% of the growth in luxury happened by way of the Chinese consumer. So there's one other thing going on in 2020 that's very important. Because the Chinese consumer is not traveling, that Chinese consumer, 140 to 150 billion of whom would have gone all over the world and purchased luxury goods, they're now not traveling, they're staying in China, and they're buying those products in China. So one of the reasons we're seeing such growth in China generally is what we call the repatriation benefit, which is consumers who normally would have spent money outside of China are basically buying everything they need in China. We expect this to continue because savings and the number of people coming into the middle class, which is now about 400, the number of people on our platform, which is now 800 million, these trends will continue. And the Chinese consumer, we believe, will be very robust across not just luxury, but all other categories and sectors. So we're very confident what lies ahead.
Yeah, it's been kind of amazing to hear similar perspectives right from the first session that we did. I mean, Jose, the China market opportunity for Farfetch has been a focus of yours for some years now. And this latest deal just underscores the importance of that market for Farfetch's continued growth. But you already had a partner in China. You had JD.com, and now you're changing your strategy, clearly partnering with Alibaba. What does this new partnership offer that the partnership with JD.com did not? And why did that partnership not, continue?
Listen, first of all, I have huge respect and admiration for JD, for Richard Liu, what he's built for that team. We've been, good partners. We've worked together very closely. I think, there is definitely an intent, a level of intent for buying fashion and luxury specifically on Tmall that doesn't exist on any other platform. It's not just JD. And fashion is the core category of Alibaba. We all think Alibaba is the Amazon of China, which is a way of putting it and thinking of it. But fashion was never the core category for Amazon. It has become a more and more important category, but it was always the core category for Alibaba. So they have the customer, and they have the intent, and they have the tools and the way of presenting it and searching it and shopping it, et cetera, et cetera. That has created an incredibly powerful platform for fashion in China. And in recent years, the amazing work that Alibaba has done with the luxury groups to create an environment where they're extremely comfortable to grow their businesses is incredible, is quite something. So for us, it became clear that the alignment with Alibaba and with Tmall was the next thing to do and the right thing to do. And here we are, and we're going to work very diligently. We're targeting half of Q2 next year for the launch of the storefront on Tmall. That's very exciting. That gives the 3,500 designers, and here we're talking very small designers, medium and very large, presence in China's favorite fashion app, which is Tmall and the Luxury Pavilion. So I think that's extremely exciting. That goes for retailers and department stores as well that utilize our platform, and I think it's going to be a pivotal moment in everyone's China strategy, not just our China strategy, but everyone's China strategy in 2021.
Okay, we only have a couple of minutes left, so I wanted to conclude by kind of looking far into the future, because Jose, you and I have known each other since way back, I think in 2007 or 2008, when you were first setting up Farfetch and I was first setting up BOF, and you've always been a man with a vision. How has this current period, the pandemic, all of the changes that we've been talking about here at Voices, changes in customer behavior, changes in the market landscape, how has that changed your vision for Farfetch, say 5 or 10 years from now?
Well, first of all, there's a sense of service to the community. Our team was we didn't know how this was going to pan out, by the way. No one knew, right? And we started dealing with COVID in January because we have a huge team in China. We have 400 people in China. We have a big business in China. So we've learned so many lessons, but the sense of community, we've launched in April #SupportBoutiques to support the smaller companies, which are the ones that are more vulnerable in this situation. But this sense of we're here to enable an entire industry to thrive and to evolve and to innovate. And I think the other big lesson is an acceleration. We just need to remove all these, completely fabricated ideas around online, offline, multi-brand, mono-brand. That's not how the consumer thinks. And the brands and retailers and all of us, we really need to start using the word digital as a buzzword that sounds good when we do earnings calls and when we put out investor letters because they want to see the digital there, blah, blah, blah. And really say, guys, there's no digital or physical, they're one, right? And single view of inventory, single view of customer, single view of journey across multi-brand, mono-brand, online, offline, globally, including China. We need it now in 2021. not in 2025. And this is what I'm absolutely laser focused in leveraging this partnership with Alibaba, but also what we already have. This already exists. It's not a futuristic vision. And how can we make it easy for brands to embrace that vision, working with us and potentially other providers and other partners, of course.
Okay, and Mike, just some quick thoughts from you. We're almost out of time, but it strikes me, earlier you said, this is a global partnership. Alibaba is thought of as a Chinese platform. Looking into the future, where does this deal take Alibaba on a global level?
It takes us to a place that will allow the business to be understood, of course, as the home market being China, but the export of technologies and creative solutions for the future of retail can be enjoyed in multiple markets around the world. So it isn't about setting up a business in every country. It's about using technology and finding partners like we did in this transaction, but as we have in many other transactions, which we can talk about some other time, outside of China, where we can bring what we're really good at and partner with others who have technology and capabilities that they're really good at to create an experience for merchants and for consumers that cannot be created today in a single entity. And that's what is exciting about this transaction. There are options in terms of things that we can do with Farfetch and with Richemont and with NAP and with all of these partners that wouldn't be possible if we tried to do it alone. So that's what's exciting, and that's what we're looking forward to, and that's what we're going to execute on.
Okay. Well, I look forward to catching up with you both maybe a year from now to track the progress. Thank you so much for joining us today and giving us the backstory on this mega deal.
Thanks, Imran.
Thank you, Imran.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Bye.
Now, the pandemic has created a reality check for direct-to-consumer brands as well. And really, it's forced them to reconsider everything. Around the time of the Great Recession, a new business launched out of the Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania. It was called Warby Parker, and the rest, as they say, is direct-to-consumer history. The company pioneered a unique model that offered value pricing on eyeglasses that would normally cost as much as double or triple elsewhere, employing modern branding and digital infrastructure to make the business work. Let's call this the beginning of the DTC 1.0 revolution. Soon, however, this formula was replicated for all sorts of new categories with scores of new companies valued in the billions of dollars, from Away luggage to Hims hair loss, from Harry's razors to Glossier beauty. Well, a decade later, another revolution is now afoot. The pandemic has been a reality check for direct-to-consumer brands, many of whom were spending a fortune in acquisition costs and burning through cash. These incumbents were also unprepared for the Generation Z mindset, which values purpose-driven companies that go beyond these DTC 1.0 formulas. It's now time for the first section of our two-part talk on a new playbook for direct-to-consumer brands. And I'd like to introduce two advisors who worked closely with the founders of Warby Parker when the business model and branding strategy were still forming. Since those early days, both of these speakers have gone on to work with scores of DTC brands in mapping out their strategies. Here are Anthony Sperduti, Executive Creative Director, Partner, and Co-founder of Mythology, and David Bell, co-founder of Idea Farm Ventures and a former professor at the Wharton School, to talk about overhauling the DTC playbook.
It's interesting for me, looking at what's been going on with DTC brands even before the pandemic. It struck me that a lot of the new brands being launched just were struggling finding relevance. Both you and I worked on Warby Parker in the early days and continue to do. And I really look at them as the first and foremost direct-to-consumer brand. And a lot of the things they did, a lot of the attributes to their brand became what I see as the playbook that's being a bit overused at the moment. Having a founder story that was really the everyman founder story, right? Like having Neil and Dave and Jeff and Andy talk about their pain points with eyewear and being really, really peer-to-peer about it. One set of millennials to another set of millennials, selling that brand and that product, and people really, fell in love with that.
And there was the Warby Parker school bus, kind of the iconic bus that traveled around the country. There were the stores and showrooms, and then eventually now sort of full-blown retail. So I think that's one thing as we kind of jump forward into what's happening now, that the offline world is actually super relevant, and the ways that you engage with your customers sort of viscerally and in real life experiences becomes really critical to the brand.
Having that as part of the narrative and part of the story also became part of that, what I would call Gen 1 DTC playbook. I think the first wave has run its course, and it's the factors of 2020 are really going to accelerate the evolution that's really been necessary to keep the brands that are talking directly to consumers relevant. And especially now as Gen Z starts to have more purchasing power and is starting to come of age.
Ubiquity becomes noticeable to consumers. So, consumers, the idea of the just noticeable difference kind of disappears. And so that actually gets into the mindset of the customer. There's a cognitive trigger that goes off, and you kind of realize that everything around you almost looks the same. And you also realize secondarily that the sameness not only is sort of perpetual, but the sameness is cutting across all the different products that you're encountering as a consumer, whether it's your shoes, whether it's your toothbrush, whether it's a t-shirt that you're wearing, whether it's the products that you're putting in your refrigerator. And so on that sort of psychological, almost subliminal level, that realization starts to kick in. And then because of that, when something new comes along, because it's not differentiated, it just kind of merges into that great, I think, as you said earlier, sea of sameness.
For the fun of it, my studio and I put together very quickly a fake brand. So Vowel is a new brand that we created in a matter of hours that sits in the middle of wellness, pet, and CBD, probably the three biggest trends in brands right now, millennial brands. We started with the name Vowel. We dropped the vowel out of Vowel. We then put it into a typeface that is a little retro and a little editorial looking. We cocked the O to make it just a tiny bit more quirky. We then, of course, added millennial pink because every millennial brand needs a good tonal color. The image we shot was one on a cyc with a bright color. We added some nice design elements to make it Pinterest ready. And of course, the image, really isn't successful unless it has a succulent in it. No millennial image is good without one of the succulents. The headline we wrote, the strap line, soothing dogs who bark, one organic CBD lozenge at a time. And our brand here has a social mission. For every lozenge we sell, another one is given to a dog in need, because of course every dog needs a CBD lozenge. And then lastly, to make the brand just a little bit more human and a little bit more cute, we added a set of illustrations to show that we're not a corporation, but we're really created by people. And this brand was done in a matter of 2 hours in between other projects. That's how replicatable the millennial playbook really is. Our studio knew that this brand really fit the playbook. We all could easily imagine it on the L train coming out of Williamsburg. And for better or worse, we knew that was a benchmark for a Gen 1 DTC brand. But also, Gen Z is now starting to become a force in culture. The economy, again, is uncertain and very uneven in a lot of different communities. And the social unrest that happened in the States over the summer, really was a reckoning for a lot of brands, a lot of corporations, but also that new crop of founders now. And so when you bring all of that together, for me, it really feels like it's an accelerant to this evolution where the next generation is going to start crafting these brands, and the brand's attributes are going to start mirroring what is really important to that next generation. And I feel like with all of these things happening all at once, it's really going to speed up. And a lot of, it's interesting, a lot of quotes that I've been reading from some of the new Gen Z founders, one I, heard directly from the founder of Parade was that the first generation of direct-to-consumer brands just is not relevant to her generation.
Yeah, we actually have a much more complex confluence of factors, which involves a lot of social reckoning, social unrest, and sort of rethinking our role in society with each other and sort of our role in relationship to the planet. I'd say those are the two defining things that have happened this time around that are sort of, in some sense, a bit more chaotic and a bit more shambolic than what we saw last time. And as a result, what's coming out of the evolving playbook brings those two things much more front and forward.
I think one of the first things that we're going to see that is going to be pretty prevalent is this idea of shattering of norms, of really being overt and overturning some long-held principles. And I think a brand that has a really strong example of that is the underwear brand Parade. The co-founder, I read a quote from the co-founder Cami, where she wanted to really rethink and have culture rethink what sexiness is. And obviously that's a perfect category for her to have that conversation. And the way she put it, she wants her brand and the sexiness that it represents to be quote unquote full spectrum, with real true diversity, in a way that I think few brands have ever really shown. And I think it's incredibly admirable and really exciting how she's taking that on.
It's, I think, a great point, Anthony. And the second element of this new playbook that's really exciting, particularly in today's world, is focusing on transparency, fact, and science, as something that's really coming to the forefront as part of the counterpoints of these new brands in the playbook. And a brand that I really love there that's a recent launch is a brand called DIUX. It's a little bit of a tongue-in-cheek nod by Charlotte, the founder. She's French. It's a sort of religion, the brands, the products that are coming out of deliverance and communion and so on. And what she's really doing is elevating the notion of skincare through science. So she's literally herself now becoming an esthetician. In addition to doing that, actually looking at medical journal research, what's really good for you, what's really good for the planet, what works for your skin. And that's really a category where there's been a tremendous amount of obfuscation. And even if you look back to some of the previous generation of brands, really built on sort of narrative and story almost to the detriment of what is the true science behind the product, both for yourself and also for the environment.
Traditionally, brands and companies would be a little agnostic with any issue that might be divisive. And I think going forward, I think consumers, especially the younger generation, are not going to want their brands to be neutral. They're going to want them to pick a side. They're going to want them to stand up for them. And they're going to vote with their dollars, right? And so this idea of being activists or remaking the world, I think, is going to be something that we might see the most of coming out of 2020. One of the brands that I look towards that I think is doing this in a really lovely way is a brand called Bread. It's a hair care brand founded by Maeve Haim, and she has just done a really incredible job of putting her central premise that Black women haven't been seen by the beauty industry the way that Black women want to be seen and represented, first and foremost at the core of her brand. Of course, the product itself is environmentally friendly. It's vegan, it's cruelty-free, but her big unlock, I think the reason why it's going to be so successful, is that she is letting that audience be represented in the way that they feel like they haven't been represented in the past.
As we look forward, what's really exciting is you see the new generation is not only taking advantage of the enabling factors, everything from the iPhone to all of the things to build the website and the brand that you need, but I think with much more passion around not only the audience that they're speaking to, who may have been a marginalized or underserved audience in the past, but secondarily, in terms of the creative process of really getting involved with making the product from a science-based point of view and a factual point of view. So I think those two things give me a lot of comfort. They create a lot of excitement in me for the founders that I'll be working with in the years to come. And, the playbook will continue to evolve. Maybe in 10 years, you and I will be having this conversation again, looking back at success and looking forward to the next generation.
Yeah, I think that's really well said. I think it's incredibly exciting thinking about this next generation starting to create their own brands, where it is going to be really reflective of consumers. The wildly diverse set of new founders coming up on the scene, I think, is just going to make this next generation of brands incredibly exciting, incredibly powerful, and to your point, really needed. The world has never needed more positive force as it does now. And I think companies and brands are now really starting to take that role. And I feel like this generation coming up is going to take that pretty seriously and is going to really imbue their brands with that spirit. So I think it's pretty exciting.
I'm sure we'll be collaborating and thinking and working through these new brands together as well.
Yeah. So fun to see you, David. Thanks for the time.
Thank you so much, David and Anthony. Now, to go deeper into what this new DTC playbook might look like in practice, I'm pleased to welcome three entrepreneurs who are forging a new direct-to-consumer model. Based in LA, Claudia Tang and Olamide Olowe are the co-founders of Topicals, a skincare brand whose products are targeted at the 1 in 4 Americans who experience chronic skin conditions such as eczema and hyperpigmentation. And also in LA, we have Cami Tellez, the founder and chief executive of Parade, mentioned just in our presentation just now, a community-first underwear brand for women. Both companies have bucked the trend in venture capital fundraising. They're led by women of color who've raised millions of dollars in an industry that's traditionally overlooked opportunities in women's lifestyle and wellness brands. Claudia, Olamide, and Cami will be in conversation with our senior editorial associate, Alexandra Mondelek, who's in Naples, Florida today. Over to you, Alex.
Thank you so much, Imran, and welcome again, everyone. I'm so excited to talk to you today.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you, Alex.
Yeah,
really
my pleasure.
excited.
So let's just jump right in, thinking about some of the earliest generation of direct-to-consumer brands, some of whom whose founders are investors or have mentored each of you. And, you don't necessarily think that the eyewear market was ripe for disruption when we think about, say, Warby Parker. So how do you think about shaking up either underwear or skincare when it comes to Parade and Topicals? Cami, why don't you start?
Yeah, so I came into this market actually deeply understanding that we were in the midst of the D2C revolution. Warby Parker, Casper, and Away are all phenomenal companies, and lucky to count all of those founders as investors in Parade. They were all built in a different landscape for a different customer. We now know that branding is about creatively finding her where she is and centering around reintroducing the customer to self-expression. So fundamentally for us, I think I came into the category knowing that this was a $17 billion market in crisis. I grew up going to the mall, seeing supermodels blown up on massive storefronts, and knowing that there was a massive disconnect with the way that Victoria's Secret, who still owns a third of the market, saw their kind of product and brand story. I believe inherently that brands write cultural scripts, and I'm excited that we're running Parade at a cultural moment that no longer embraces that one note idea of sexiness. Fundamentally at Parade, we believe in underwear as a connective tissue between bodies, which are political, and style, which is creative. And so this fundamentally means that it's an incredibly dynamic space. It's filled with potential. At our core, really, we believe that Parade is rewriting the American underwear story in full Technicolor. And what that means, I think, is on one side, we had brands like Victoria's Secret that were hot pink, over-sexualized, and really had one kind of a very one-note idea of what femininity meant. And then on the other side, we had brands, for example, like Third Love or Lively, that were really focused on creating a very kind of nude and bland and desexualized expression for women. I think fundamentally we've kind of taken an approach that is, taking a step back and centers the idea that women and feminine identifying people are, bold, expressive, and freewheeling. And when we start with that kind of core assumption, I think everything else throughout the entire kind of expression of the brand kind of ladders back to, a completely new type of underwear brand. That has, in a year been able to kind of start to shift the category for the better.
Mm.
Yeah, I 100% agree with Cami. I think in our own category, we thought about it two ways. Both Claudia and I grew up with chronic skin conditions and never saw ourselves represented in the beauty story, whether that be because we were women of color or because we had chronic skin conditions. And then my previous background of starting a tween brand for Shea Moisture, which is one of the largest multicultural beauty brands in the world, I learned this idea of how retail is merchandised. And when retail is merchandised a certain way, it kind of grooms customers to believe certain things about certain categories. And so we saw in the hair care space with Shea Moisture, there was an ethnic hair care aisle and a hair care aisle. And we saw that there was this kind of division of the two. And when Claudia and I looked at the skincare aisle, we saw the same thing. There was the beauty skincare aisle, which was fun. The packaging was fun. The products were enticing. People wanted to tell their friends about it. And then we saw the chronic skincare aisle, where a bunch of people have these skin conditions, but their experience is quite sterile and bland, and their product experience was lackluster. And so Claudia and I took those two experiences and birthed topicals. And so with topicals, we're trying to transform the way people feel about skin by taking the focus off of perfect skin and celebrating the fun of flare-ups.
Yeah, I think both of your brand's topicals and Parade really stand out to me when I'm scrolling my Instagram page. So to me, that's the signal that you've sort of bucked this bland millennial aesthetic. But I would love to hear a little bit more from each of you about how you avoid those cliches in that blanding millennial aesthetic for each of your own brands, and what really resonates with your consumer.
Yeah, so I think fundamentally, at the core, I was 21 when I started this brand. And so much of the inspiration and direction for Parade was distilled from my own lived experiences. And I think that being the customer is a massive advantage. I know her better than anyone else because in many ways I am her. And it's actually something that Alameda and I speak often about. I think at our very core, when we're thinking about the building blocks of the brand, so much of Generation 1 was built by a very similar group of people. Branding agencies that were kind of coming in as almost strangers to category, strangers to founders' perspective, and building something that that was what they saw as a solution. And I think more broadly, when we take a step back, I think that Alameda and I, and Claudia and I, all of our brands are kind of centered on reintroducing the customer to the idea of how they engage with this product and this category as a whole. We're thinking about how we can spark, I think, a new interaction that's really based on self-expression. And I think what Claudia said, or what Alameda said around fun, I think is critical for us. And I think at Parade, we're always thinking about fun. We really believe that fun is an underutilized emotion in brands. And we're looking always to engineer more wonder within our brand continuum. From the inception of Parade, I think we've set out to do everything differently and reinvent how digital brands look, feel, sound, act, and play. And I think at the very core, that begins with the kind of journey to launch and how you kind of build a team of both, people working on the visual language of the brand, and also people who are working on, the tone and the voice. And I think for us, what we've learned is that really has to come from, internally. That has to come from the founders themselves to be able to consistently build a brand voice that feels new, and it feels that it can fundamentally kind of, rewrite a customer's interaction.
Yeah, I think Cami touched on something that's really important at Topicals as well, which is that difference in perspective is so important. And I think that what Alameda and I really value at Topicals, for example, is bringing a different perspective to the way that people experience the beauty community. And I think that difference in perspective and really being one of our own customers, one of our own, a member of our own community, is it allows us to approach, I think, speaking authentically with our community in a different kind of way.
Mm-hmm. What does speaking authentically with your community look like? What tools are you using? What platforms are working for each of your brands? Is it enough to be posting cute photos on Instagram with like a cheeky caption? How are you thinking about all of that community building effort?
Yeah, I'm happy to go first. So I think fundamentally we started Parade knowing that one of the core pieces of the direct consumer landscape was that, Generation 1 was very centered on thinking about, paid channels as a core way to grow. And for us, we really realized that we had to focus more on community and organic first methods to be able to build a brand that was sustainable and lasted beyond 2 to 3 years to really 10 years. And I think that in that, we also really believed that, while Victoria's Secret had a very top-down way of building influence, Parade had to really center on a grassroots approach. And so community at our very core is, we have over 4,000 ambassadors. We're one of the biggest communities of any D2C brand. These are women and self-identifying people and queer people, that are really in all 50 states and come from all sorts of different communities and backgrounds. And I think that, having these kind of like viral and dense, communities that we can kind of come into really comes down to kind of how we activate them. And for us, so much of our model is really centered around drops. So taking our kind of existing sustainable fabric platforms and centering them on kind of like new kind of ideas and new, new brand moments. So from anything like Technicolor, which was a full LGBTQ campaign, to an ice cream inspired collection, to, sort of kind of Swarovski collaboration, we've been able to kind of consistently, and I think serialistically, I think to your point, I think brands today have to, look a lot more like media companies. They have to be able to create threads and create kind of ways of interacting with their customer that go way beyond just a single UGC post. You have to be able to create kind of rich content. And I think for us, one of the biggest pieces, I think both of our brands are both, both categories where people have emotional stories to share. And I think, specifically in underwear, everyone has a sort of upbringing and some sort of story of going to the mall, trying on the first bra. And I think that for us, one of the biggest themes we've been able to pull through is, what is your underwear story? And being able to share that from anything from an influencer to, a social justice kind of like activist to a member of our community to me as a CEO, I think continuing to kind of bring forward and pull forward the true themes across vulnerability and like self-expression, I think has been very successful for us.
Yeah, I would really agree with Claudia. With Cami, in that our brand story really did start with what the consumer behavior was and what their experience was. And so we started with the fact that this person has always been an outsider. And so for us, we build stories around the fact that, we'll build stories around the fact that our customer has been left out. And so what we do is we retransform moments from the early 2000s, which is when our customer grew up. We like to say we're remixing the pages of 17 magazine or of different magazines that you grew up looking at. And so for us, what we've done to kind of, I think like Cami said, have this drop model where it's something fresh and new and really pushing the envelope with the customer, is that we've done somewhat of like marketing drops. So back in October, for October 3rd, we launched a burn book that was, instead of talking bad about people, we turned it on its head and made it talking about beauty standards we wish never existed. And then as of recently on Black Friday, we dropped a set of conversation cards with our products for people to unlearn toxic beauty standards. And so really what we want our customers to be able to do is to have conversation amongst themselves and with us as a brand about how they want to change the narrative that has been said in the past. And I think Cami brilliantly said this with the fact that brands create cultural scripts or cultural narratives. We truly believe that. And we feel like, I think Cami, Claudia, and I feel that our brands are going to be able to rewrite a whole narrative and create this new industry in our own respective industries and a new story that our customer can be proud of.
Absolutely. Well, I, again, just want to thank each of you for joining in today and sharing your insights here. And I'm excited to see what fun, inventive ways you keep your communities engaged. And with that, I will throw it over to Imran in the studio.
Thank you, Cami, Olamide, Claudia, and of course to Alex for your time today. Next up, we'll dive into the explosion of the buy now, pay later model in digital payments. Just after the break, stay tuned. Welcome back. About 10 years ago, when I visited Brazil to attend Fashion Week in Rio de Janeiro, I came across a payment model unique to the country's luxury market. You see, in Brazil, you can buy everything by payment plan. You can pay for your Chanel tweed suit in 4 payments, or your Hermes handbag in 7 installments, and depending on the kind of store and how much you're spending, you can basically split your payments into smaller and smaller chunks. Now, this buy now, pay later approach has come to Western shores. The financial burden of the pandemic has been weighing on the minds of consumers, so it stands to reason that attitudes towards purchases have shifted dramatically. And as a result, the payment model has exploded. Many younger millennials and Gen Z consumers are wary of taking on debt. They prefer debit cards to credit cards, and they like to have more control over their personal finances. Even so, buy now, pay later is the fastest growing online payment method, not just in Brazil, but also in the US, Australia, France, Japan, the Netherlands, and here in the United Kingdom. To better understand the explosive growth in this new payment space, have a look at this chart. As of the end of September, the monthly installs of 4 US buy now, pay later apps was 8.43 million, seeing a huge spike over the summer. One of these companies is Affirm, which is also one of our valued partners at VOICES 2020. The company recently filed for an IPO, which would value Affirm at more than $10 billion US, according to the Wall Street Journal. To discuss the opportunity in payments models, please welcome Sylvia Martincevic, Chief Commercial Officer of Affirm. Hello, Sylvia. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Hello, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me.
You know, I wanted to start by asking about this massive shift in consumer mindsets that have driven this massive growth we just saw on that chart in buy now, pay later adoption during the pandemic. Can you briefly take us through what you've observed from your vantage point at Affirm?
Of course. You know, we've all, I know, have talked over the last 3 days about shift of shopping online. And none of that could happen without payments fueling that shift. And as you said, Imran, the buy now, pay later solutions have seen a massive, massive rise and are expected to triple over the next 2 years. There is really 3 reasons why that is happening. Affordability, that buy now, pay later solutions provide, predictability, and transparency. So here is what I mean by affordability. All of us have had to adjust to this pandemic. Our homes, our home offices and schools and gyms. And if you are a consumer that's looking to buy office chair or indoor bike, these buy now, pay later solutions provide bi-weekly or monthly payments. And suddenly something that would have been hard to purchase if you had put it on a credit card is now affordable because you can pay for it over time. So affordability is one key reason why consumers are shifting to buy now, pay later. The second reason is predictability. All of us are living in the world of subscription services, whether that is Netflix or Rent the Runway. We're all used to subscription services as the norm. And buy now, pay later solutions actually provide a similar kind of predictable monthly payments. So let's say that you want to buy that Peloton for your home. Affirm fuels Peloton's payments where you can purchase that Peloton over 39 months at 0% interest for less than a cost of what a monthly gym fee would be. And the third reason is transparency. And this is something that's very, very unique to Affirm. What we are seeing, as the pandemic has created economic uncertainty, customers are really, really centered on balancing their budgets. And Affirm does not charge late fees. There's no deferred interest. You know exactly what you're going to pay when you buy that office chair. You know when you're going to pay it off. And that transparency provides greater control of your budget. And so affordability, predictability, and transparency is really what's driving this massive shift.
Okay. I mean, I think when people think about this model, they're associating it mostly with online purchases. But as I mentioned, when I was in Brazil a decade ago, people were doing this in stores, physical stores. Some of those stores might be closed right now, but how can you walk us through the way this kind of model could be applied in a physical store when they are all open again?
We all talk about shift to online and of course shift to mobile as well, but in-store retail is still $6 trillion business, and that is not going to go away anytime soon. And what I would encourage all of the retailers that are watching us today is to think about, what is your resurgence plan for when the pandemic is finished? How will you ensure that you have a seamless solution between online and in-store? And so buy now, pay later solutions can provide that attach point between online and in-store. Specifically, what we have seen for some of our retailers that we work with, whether that's Walmart or Nordstrom, or some of the smaller brands that work with Shopify, we have seen them think about new trends to connect those channels. A new acronym has arisen, BOPIS, buy online, pick up in store, or BORIS, buy online, return in store. Some of those omni-channel trends will be key as you're thinking about going back and opening the stores. The second thing I would mention that's been very, very prevalent in Latin America and in Europe, and that is touchless payments, as well as mobile payments. It's a huge trend outside of the United States, but not as much in US. Currently in United States, for those of you who are watching us from US, mobile and touchless payments are only about 1/3 of 1%. And so having a buy now, pay later solution that allows you to provide touchless payments on your mobile phone is also going to be a key trend, global trend that is here to stay and here to accelerate. And last piece I would mention is, we talk about e-commerce growth, but really what is getting fueled is m-commerce growth. During this Black Friday and Cyber Monday period, we just witnessed over 54% of those sales online actually happened on our mobile devices. And so that is a key trend to look out for as well.
Okay, just very quickly, because we're almost out of time. There are some concerns about the buy now, pay later model in terms of, increasing the debt load for consumers at a time when, everyone's finances are under pressure, especially young people. How do you ensure that these kinds of tools are not used irresponsibly that kind of create financial problems for your customers down the road?
That's a very important question, and one that our firm deeply cares about. At the center of our mission is to create honest financial products that improve people's lives. Here's what I would say. The alternatives to buy now, pay later solutions are credit cards, of course. And I'm sure that all of us know someone who's gotten into trouble because of tricks or gimmicks of the credit cards. What's really unique to a firm and how we ensure that there is financial responsibility is that every single purchase, every transaction that a consumer makes is underwritten separately. We underwrite that transaction individually. And then you know exactly what you're going to pay without any late fees. We never charge deferred interest. And I think this solution allows you to be much more responsible. So when you buy that chair, we look at your payment history and your background, and we underwrite for that office chair. If you then go and try to buy something else, that is underwritten separately. We again evaluate your credit score and credit history. And I think that ensures financial responsibility.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Sylvia, for your time. We've got to keep moving, but it was great to hear about this revolution in the payment space.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. Now, for our final talk in Reinventing Retail, we'll learn how physical retail is morphing into a new kind of media, where content is the new merchandising. Stay where you are. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to Voices 2020. In Doug Stevens' opening presentation on 10 new retail archetypes, he name-checked Camp, an experiential retail company founded in 2018 by Ben Kaufman. Well, soon we'll have the chance to get to know Camp a bit better. Ben will be in conversation with a dear friend of BOF, Rachel Shechtman, whose own new retail startup was acquired by Macy's. Rachel and Ben are old friends and are two very passionate retailers who, as you'll see, have infectious energy when they talk about the retail world. But first, Rachel, who's an expert at sniffing out what's happening and where retail is going, will map out the retail industry trends she's most excited about. I'm happy to pass it over to you, my dear friend Rachel Shechtman.
Well, thank you for having me, Imran, and congrats to you and Stephanie and Chelsea and the amazing team over there. The past 2.5 days have been outstanding. So, all right, let's get started. So for the next 15 minutes, I want to share with you some businesses and ideas that have been inspiring me lately. And before I get started, I'll give you just a little quick overview about me. So I'll take you through a few slides and then we'll go into a conversation with Ben. So in 2011, I founded Story in New York City, which was a concept shop that reinvented itself like a living media channel. So every 1 to 2 months, we changed the entire store. I often described it as a space that had the point of view of a magazine, but we changed it like a gallery and we sold things like a store. Everything in the store changed, the merchandise, the visuals, everything. And then as Imran alluded to, in 2018, we were acquired by Macy's. I spent the last 2 years on the executive team and just left in June to return to my entrepreneurial roots. So, you know, for those who know me, I get really energized and excited by new trends, new businesses, and things going on out there. And, you know, something I've been thinking about a lot lately, both prior to COVID and much more so now, is really how people want a higher return on investment of their time. They want to do more with less, and time is one thing we can't control or get more of. And so, you know, I think that the best way to kind of share with you some things that are exciting me is, instead of talking about it, is to really show you some different businesses that have intrigued me. So one trend is around live selling. And I think we've seen a lot of this happening in China and across Asia. And there's a couple different brands and businesses here in the US, I think, doing some interesting things. So the first one is called Network. And I'll play a little video for you here.
What's up, y'all? Beja Velez here for Network. I'm really excited to show y'all these next pieces because I myself am from Atlanta, Georgia, so obviously I'm gonna love the collection. Right now, we're dropping a collaboration between New Era, the Atlanta Braves, and Migos Offset. Offset himself put his own personal touches on these pieces, and it is inspired by his hometown, Atlanta, Georgia. In the capsule, you'll see that we have some hats, a tee, and a hoodie. And to get even more into the collaboration, we have a video from Offset himself. So let's go ahead, roll the clip.
Where I'm from,
The next is an example from Fred Siegel. on a network called Pop Shop Live.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to episode 1 of Fred Siegel Live, powered by MasterCard and Talk Shop Live. We are celebrating emerging Black-owned and women-owned small businesses and providing shoppers like you the access to discover and support their unique collections. I'm Josh Alden from Fred Siegel, and today with me I have 2 great jewelry designers that we carry both in store here at Fred Siegel Sunset, as well as available online at fredsiegel.com. Right now I have with me Sydney Zimes, founder of the Serendipitous Project. A little later on today, we're going to have Sasha Flynn, who's the founder and the designer of Adore Adorn. That's coming up at around 4:45.
So I think those first examples are good examples of, different networks that are kind of taking a presenter approach. And I think we're seeing a lot more popping up in the social shopping space. Pop Shop Live was a darling of Silicon Valley a few weeks ago as people fought to get into their round valued at $100 million. Dare I say, it's almost a little bit like QVC and Etsy had a baby. And this is kind of the vibe of it.
Look at my babies. Oh my God, that's so cute. Look at my babies. I want your Star Shaker one. You mean this is? It's so cute. I know. I can't.
Another example that has been popping up around the industry is shop shops. This is someone in store.
You can close it up like this and wear it like that, so you get no wind in here.
And then the last example is actually a company that I learned of through the business of fashion called Basic Space. This is a newer company out of LA. And I thought what was kind of interesting about this, in addition to doing live selling, is they have probably over 50 plus influencers and arbiters of taste across culture and fashion and music and art. And you really have people mixing together both new goods as well as, existing previously owned goods. And you have everything from Adidas to Bottega to Zegna. So I thought that this was an interesting spin on kind of looking at selling in different ways. So without further ado, let's shift a little bit over to talking about our main event, which is a conversation with Camp founder Ben Kaufman. Full disclosure, he's my best friend and I'm on the board and I invested. So there is some bias there, but also as someone who follows a lot in the industry, I can say there's no better example that I've found out there of someone taking a really great integrated 360 degree approach. So I'm trying to click my slides, but I don't see them. We're going to play a video for you in a moment. And I'll cue if someone can play the video to tell you a little bit about Camp.
Good morning, campers!
Hey there, campers! It's me, Cody!
So a little bit about Camp, and welcome Ben, who's in New York City. So let's just jump right into it. We've heard a lot about people weathering the storm throughout the pandemic and quickly shifting and pivoting, and at a time where businesses are struggling and consumers are changing to adapt. Camp is, I think, what, 3.5 times over what you were doing last year. So can you share a little bit about how you've reacted to the pandemic and what's been going on at Camp?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. It's been a fun one. We are ending the year strong, way up over last year, but most of our growth, all of the growth, came from things that we weren't doing on March 15th, and we started doing after March 15th. And a lot of that shares some connective tissue with some of the trends you brought up in the previous deck, which is, we were really focused on our community, and when we started Camp in 2018. One of the first things that we saw, which felt really atypical for retailers, was that people were coming to Camp multiple times a week. And that's not something you see in brick and mortar retail. So we really focused on our community. And the first thing we did is we helped parents celebrate their kids' birthday parties by coming up with a really amazing program around virtual birthdays for people in quarantine, and rolled that out. That started as just something to take care of our community, but then became a business as we started being able to bring in partners and sponsors for virtual birthday parties, do surprise and delight gifting programs with folks like Ally Bank and so on. And from there, we started looking towards the summer and making sure kids had sort of a really summer camp type of program, and we were able to partner with Walmart and launch over 200 videos of interactive content that got families not only like having fun together and playing and learning some stuff, but also be able to integrate that content, that activity-based content, into shopping itself.
And one of the things I think is interesting is, correct me if I'm wrong, but with the birthday parties and such, I think you did over 10,000 of them, but brands started reaching out to you to sponsor them. So therefore creating another revenue stream that wasn't just about selling products.
Yeah, that's right. We had a bunch of sponsored birthday parties. We also, again, we're able to surprise birthday kids with amazing gift packages at their home that took a really probably downer birthday for the year and turn it into something special.
So that's what you did when stores were closed. So then when stores started to reopen, I know you started selling tickets so that there was timed entry and stuff to the store and doing some events outside. But with your store that's in the Hudson Yards Mall in New York City, you recently did something really exciting over Halloween. Can you just share a little bit about that?
Yeah, we kind of believe that malls are entering a new era where we need to figure out a way to drive families in and get them to have fun together. And we thought Halloween was a perfect place to test that. So we created an event that was kind of purpose built for COVID. So it was touchless, it was completely safe, and so on. We built freestanding doors. We built 18 of them. We spread them across over 1 mile of retail at Hudson Yards, and campers, family members had trick-or-treat bags that were RFID enabled, and it was a scavenger hunt. They ran all around the mall. They took their trick-or-treat bags and they scanned them on the door, and a trick or a treat was delivered. And they were also filling out a scavenger hunt card. And if they solved the puzzle, they got a free toy, and it was amazing. We were able to drive incredible traffic to the mall. Sales were up across the center, and it was. Any
juicy numbers how many tickets did you sell? What did you do to drive traffic? Any stuff you can share?
It was about 10,000 people to the mall over the course of a weekend, just for the event itself. And that during COVID is pretty remarkable.
And people bought the tickets for how much?
People bought the tickets for $40 or so a ticket, and they stayed for 2 hours on end, and it was amazing.
Got it. So lastly, as we wrap up, I know you're just launching camp.com, reimagining content and commerce and community all together online. Can you just quickly share with us how that's a little different?
Yeah, we're basically trying to help families answer the question, what should we do today? So we're not just a retailer trying to sell product. We're trying to help families have fun together and finding new ways to do that every day.
All right. Well, I know there's something secret launching on Monday, so people can check that out on Camp. And thank you for joining us. And hopefully everyone enjoyed a little show and tell of some new things out there.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rachel and Ben. It's good to see your faces up here on our big screen in the Voices studio. And to conclude our session on reinventing retail, please join me in less than a minute. Rachel and Doug Stevens and I are going to take a quick fire round of questions from our global BOF community. If over the break there's something you'd like to ask, please share it in the chat window next to your video player right now, including your name and location, and we'll take your questions as soon as we come back. Welcome back. It's our Community Voices section of Reinventing Retail. We have a few minutes to chat with Doug Stevens and Rachel Schechtman to sum up the session and take your questions. Hi, Doug. Rachel, how are you?
Hi.
Very good, thanks.
While I'm waiting for these questions to come through, I wanted to ask you a question of my own. I know you've both been watching today's session, and you're both really respected retail experts. What's the single most important new thing that you learned from today's session? Doug, how about you first?
So Rachel and I were just sort of talking about that before we came on, and I think one of the big realizations for me is that, and I think this goes back to something Cami said in one of the sessions, and that is that brands need to become masters of content. You know, that really, when we think about it, experiences are really nothing more than a combination of physical and digital and sensorial content, right? That brands present to us, and that makes up an experience. And brands typically are not great at creating engaging content. They're in advertising mode, and this is something that sits outside that. So I think the idea that if brands need to create experiences, and experiences are content, and content is media, then right, everybody's a media brand now.
Okay, Rachel, how about you? New thing you learned in the last hour and a half or so?
I think from Anthony that a succulent makes an ad relevant to millennials would be my big takeaway of the day. No, but all kidding aside, you know, I think there were so many meaningful nuggets. I think, you know, earlier in the day, you know, Doug framed something that I thought was really interesting, which was less of a learning and more of a litmus test, which is asking the question, what problem or need does your brand solve? And I think that that's something really important to consider. And we just assume, oh, we're a brand, oh, we exist. But I feel like it should be like an annual report. It should be an annual kind of gut check with the executive team. What are we solving? Because what was relevant to the customer 5 years ago or last year is different than next year. So that to me, I thought was a really helpful framework and question.
Okay, I'm going to start taking some of these questions that have come through from our community. Tio Mai in Buenos Aires, Argentina. He'd actually asked this question to Jose Neves, who was on earlier, but I thought, you know, both of you might be able to comment as well. You know, as we see this consolidation of large luxury players, you know, what are the opportunities for niche platforms? So if we're going to be living in this world of huge, you know, mega deals and mega platforms, like what does the niche retailer do? Rachel, I'll go to you first.
You know, so for me, I think it goes back to like having a point of differentiation and really understanding what that is. So I think that if it's a niche retailer in the physical world, I think the best gut check is, what are you giving a customer they can't get on their couch? I recently went to the new Dries store, thanks to your post and podcast, and it was magical. And I spent over an hour there because there was something in nooks and crannies. You know, but he had a room that was dedicated to his archives, and that's something I couldn't get online and I couldn't get anywhere else. And then I think, you know, online, really having a point of view. Is it something that's curated? Is it something that's differentiated? What's going to make me buy it there versus on Amazon or some other platform? So I think it's really, really understanding and also evolving.
Okay, so for Rachel, it's about curation and differentiation. Doug?
So I think for me, it goes back to, and I think I showed this in the presentation, that really the landscape is carved into 4 different quadrants. You have culture, you have entertainment, you have expertise, and then product. And I think for any niche brand, there's an opportunity to go super deep within one of those quadrants. So if your point of differentiation happens to be around the cultural aspect of what you sell, then go super deep into that. Tell a super deep story. You won't appeal to everyone, but the people you do appeal to will love you for that. So it's really choosing one of those quadrants and then determining to tell a much deeper story within that.
Okay, next question is from India, from Rujuta. And she's asking, how can brands replace the human connection that's so present in a store and provide that in a virtual setting? Doug, I'll go to you first this time.
Thanks. So, and it's a great question. And we find ourselves, I think, at a precarious point in time where we really do feel this tension of straddling the digital and the physical worlds. And it is true that we can't replicate the physical experience today the way I think our imaginations would love us to be able to. But I point to technologies like Obsess. Nia Singh is a young entrepreneur who has started a startup called Obsess that creates CGI environments that sort of replicate the feeling of shopping in the real world, but she can do it in any sort of, imagined environment. When I talked to Nia last year, she said, it's really just a matter of time before we get to that point where you can literally feel like you're moving through a physical store. In the meantime, we have to use bridge technologies, AR, virtual reality, live streaming. We can bridge over to create more of a physical feeling, but we're just not there yet. But I figure about a 5-year horizon before the immersive shopping experience appears.
Okay. Rachel, you have a passionate, focus on physical retail. Story was a physical space. There's so much that you did in that space that just made it interesting. How do you do that online?
So I think about it maybe a little differently, right? Because I think it's not about taking something in one environment and just saying, okay, let's just put it here. But really saying, like, at the end of the day, right, we're like living, breathing humans. And, we like to be seen and heard and acknowledged. And so, some things lately that I've been really drawn to are like really back to basics. And what I mean by that is like, I got a handwritten note from a store in Santa Fe. I don't live in Santa Fe, right? But I had gone into this store when I was visiting. I then shopped online and I got a handwritten note. So feeling seen and heard and acknowledged made me want to then go back there. Before a session earlier today, I was tracking down a brand on Instagram I'm obsessed with and started communicating with them, through messaging, and shared my size, and they're going to send me a line sheet of everything that they have left in my size. So to me, it was more like high touch. And I think, you need the AR and the VR and the machine learning and all that stuff. But I think what we've forgotten both in store and online is like amazing customer service. And I think it's some version of like psychology meets improv. But I really think we need to rethink service, because that's the thing that to me is table stakes.
Okay, now another question from India, and a similar question actually has come in from London. Malavika in India is specifically asking Doug a question. There's been a few questions about your archetypes, Doug. Basically, can a brand straddle more than one of the 10 archetypes? Malavika is saying, many new brands don't fit into just one category, but 2 or more, like Parade and Topicals. That framework, I think, is going to become really important for people as they look at this. How does that work when you're straddling?
It's a fantastic question, and it's actually one that I address in the book. If you only choose an archetype, so let's assume Patagonia said, okay, we're just about activism, that's it, right? That's a relatively vulnerable point from which to compete, because anybody can come along with a different cause or some different concern and put that at the heart of their brand and compete against you. So it's important to, first of all, pick an archetype. Yes, pick the archetype that you feel you can really carve out market space in. But then it's also, you want to create a 3-legged stool. So you want to choose 2 other quadrants. So in the case of Patagonia, yes, they are an activist brand and they trade on culture, but they also have differentiated products that are sustainably produced and sustainably marketed. And then they also offer a differentiated level of expertise in the store, going to Rachel's point about customer service. So what they've done is, yes, they have the anchor of the activist in the cultural space, but then they've also differentiated in product and in expertise as well. That creates a very solid platform from which to compete. So every brand needs to be thinking in those terms.
Okay, we only have about 30 seconds left, but very quickly, Stephen Healy in London is saying, what is the single most important things brands should do to drive brand loyalty through this service in this cluttered world? You have like to give me a couple of words only. Rachel, you first. Oh, we lost Rachel's words. Maybe we go to Doug and see if Rachel's connection comes back.
I think that you have to focus on I think the first step is really giving a shit.
Giving a shit.
I don't just giving a shit. Yeah.
All right.
Give a shit about the customer and your business and making a difference in that customer's life. That's a great start.
Okay, Rachel, do you want to go again just because we missed you there?
Yeah, it was basically just make someone feel seen and heard, make it personal.
Okay, perfect. You guys are awesome. I hope that we'll all be able to gather in person someday soon, but this was a nice virtual catch-up. Thanks, Doug, Rachel, for your time today.
Thank you, Aaron.
Okay, so that brings us to the close of our session on reinventing retail. Thank you to all of our fantastic speakers for their contributions. There's just one session to go at Voices 2020. It's my favorite session, as it's all about health and wellness, which of course is so front of mind for all of us this year. So make sure you catch this final session. We have Deepak Chopra, we have the sleep doctor, Matthew Walker, and we also have a little surprise. See you very soon. Welcome back, everyone, to our final session of Voices 2020. I'm your host, Imran Ahmed, founder and CEO of the Business of Fashion. This is always about the time when I get a little sad as Voices is in the home stretch, but it's also my favorite session each year because it's about humanity and resilience and self-care, something that we all sorely need more of in the world, especially at a time like this. So every year at Voices, we conclude with a session focused on how to be the healthiest, best versions of ourselves. And this session took on additional importance this year because our collective health and our individual health have been front of mind ever since the coronavirus became part of our daily lives. So, in our final session, it's important to go back to some of the themes we began with in session 1 on the wider world and talk about living with the virus. Back in February, Milan Fashion Week was running as normal. By then, we'd heard about a novel virus that came from Wuhan and understood that a large region in China had to be shut down to contain the disease. But for many of us, myself included, it hadn't really registered that the virus was well and truly coming for us here in Europe and in North America and all over the world. And then Lombardy, just outside Milan, one of the world's most important fashion capitals, and Veneto, where the Italian fashion giant OTB is based, were suddenly locked down. So-called red zones were established, impacting 50,000 people right in the middle of Milan Fashion Week. Who knew that within a few weeks, entire continents would be shut down, with citizens confined to their homes? Milan Fashion Week was when the word lockdown actually first entered our lexicon. And after that, Fashion Week started to feel a little spooky. Giorgio Armani staged his fashion show without an audience, unknowingly setting a trend for many others that would come later in the year. But most other fashion shows went ahead as planned, a few of them with social distancing measures in place. I wonder now, would we have attended those fashion shows crowded onto small benches and enclosed spaces for hours on end if we knew then what we know now about the coronavirus? At the time, no one had the benefit of the hindsight we have now. And shortly after returning from Paris Fashion Week in March, Sofia Neophytou Apostolou, the editor-in-chief of 10 magazine, came down with COVID-19. And Sofia kindly agreed to join us here at the Voices studio in London to talk to our editor-at-large, Tim Blanks, about the incredible personal journey she's been on this year. So please join me in welcoming Sofia and Tim, who I have to say, it's a real pleasure to see for the first time in person since those days back in March in Paris. So over to you now, Sofia and Tim.
Thank you, Imran. It's true, remembering back to those days in Milan, just before we headed out to Paris, there was a tinge of panic. But there was even talk about whether the shows in Paris would go ahead. They did. The show must go on, of course. But this is where Sofia's journey begins. And I came back from Paris on March the 3rd. Now, there was a big party in Paris that night. And if you want to point your finger at a super spreading event, I mean, maybe you could point there. But Sofia, I wonder if you had any sense of the moment where you might have crossed paths with COVID-19.
I honestly can't pinpoint a certain specific moment. I think what you do retrospectively is think about the amount of bodies pressed against one another, going into the show, coming out of the show. We literally have, a 12-inch space to sit in next to each other, maybe even less sometimes. We're given such a tiny space. And the idea that we didn't really take it seriously, I think Imran said at the beginning, when Armani announced that he was going to cancel his show, we were like flabbergasted, like, how can he do that? What does it mean? Is this real? We just didn't absorb the danger. And that's not to say we were foolish, but we just didn't have enough information. And I think we were just foolhardy in how we approached what we were doing. So we got on the planes, we sat and had dinners together. We actually had a party in Paris celebrating 20 years of the magazine. All of us there sweating in a room like an old school party. It didn't occur to us. So no, I just had no idea that it would escalate. And honestly, I was one of the ones that was, oh, this isn't that bad. A friend of mine told me that I sent her a text when I first started getting my flu-y symptoms, and I said to her, oh, I've got these flu-y symptoms, but I'll be fine in 5 days. She didn't hear from me again till June. I sent that message to her in March the 12th. So that's the scale of how ridiculous I feel now about what happened then, you know. Just didn't take it seriously.
But, you know, at that time, by the time we came back from Paris, it was the change, the global change was already underway. It seemed like it struck the British fashion industry, the attendees at the shows, particularly strongly. I mean, when I still talk to people who say, well, I don't know anybody who's had this thing. And that's why there's this, you know, you still meet skeptics. And I could think of 10 people who'd been at the shows, that I'd been with them. Why do you think it hit you so hard?
Personally, for me, I mean, I know a lot of my friends in the industry did get the virus, but we all got it at different stages. And I mean, what they told me was that my viral load was so high that I was energy-wise very depleted. I'd gone straight from Milan to Paris, back home for my godmother's 80th birthday. So I've been traveling back and forth, not very much sleep, because our lives, as you know, in that show season isn't just the shows, it's the dinners, the breakfasts, the constant interaction with people. And also we are quite physical when we see one another. Even if we see each other every day, we kiss hello, we kiss goodbye. There isn't that distancing that maybe a lot of other industries actually have. We do have a very social interaction at the shows. And so I feel like we all became super spreaders. We just did. I mean, my approach to things now is so very different. I'm much more conscious of how close I get to people. Are they wearing masks? Have they been tested? Even to come here today for me was a big, as I've said to you, I haven't been in a room with this many people since March.
And there aren't many.
And there aren't many people in this room. And the reason I'm here is because Imran was so specific about how COVID safe it was, and that's my big priority now. How COVID safe is everyone? Have you been tested? When were you tested? Because it's not a joke, it's not.
But how did it manifest? You say you were having flu-y symptoms. It manifested itself as that, but a few days after you left Paris.
Yeah, I mean,
you had a pretty long incubation.
2 weeks. It was 2 weeks. But what happens is, you know, when we get back from the shows, we're so tired. We call it fashion flu. We get this flu where we do want a duvet day, where we do want to just try and recharge our batteries because we are so tired, and we've worked really hard for a month. You know, if you go to New York and you've traveled, and I do menswear and couture, so you're constantly on this treadmill of travel and airports and aeroplanes. Now I think of all these places as huge germ-filled
Petri dishes.
Yeah, Petri dishes. I do. That's what I think of them as, because every time you touch your phone, you've touched another surface, it's gone through an airport. You know, that whole idea of I can't fly till next May because of my lungs are so damaged from the illness, but even the idea of going to an airport fills me with fear, just because of all the, you know, the possible virus, places the virus can get you in a way.
But when you first started feeling ill,
yeah,
how long after that was the progression to
being put into hospital?
Yes, yeah.
So I started feeling ill about a week and a half after I got back, and I just thought it was fashion flu. So I started taking my day nurse, night nurse combo that I tend to take, and then it just wouldn't get better. And I think, yeah, it was on the 18th of March that my husband was like, right, we're going to call an ambulance, you're not breathing properly. And, you know, I was in the ambulance outside the house for 40 minutes, actually it was. And they were like, we've got to take you into hospital. So yeah, it was a week and a half after I got back.
And then you were ventilated.
And then I was ventilated because I think at the time, that's the only solution they had for the illness. Retrospectively, do I believe that was the best solution? Not really, because the damage that all causes is just so huge. You're lying still for a month. More people die on a ventilator than survive. You know, the odds are 70-30. So I think now less people are being put on ventilators, more are given a combination of oxygen, antibiotics, steroids. But I think at the time it was the only solution available. So there's no blame to be, given to anyone. It was just, how can we make them breathe? The only way we can get oxygen inside them quickly is by ventilating.
It's interesting, when we were talking about your experience, and you said you woke up after a month in an induced coma and the world had changed.
Yeah.
People's vocabularies had changed.
Yeah.
And I said, it sounds like The Walking Dead.
Yes. And for me, when I woke, I was convinced it was the next day. Totally convinced. So I was, is it Saturday? Because I'd gone in on a Friday. They were like, no, it's April the 18th. I was like, what? And they haven't got time because they're obviously dealing with lots of people that are really barely surviving all around you, like in different wards, in different rooms, and the nurses were, well, we had to put you in an induced coma. And I don't understand. They were like, you've been in a coma for a month. And then I was, well, where's my family? And they were saying, well, we're in lockdown. And don't forget, I'd gone into this month of sleep before lockdown happened. Lockdown happened on the 23rd, I think, and I was in my coma from the 18th. So I just didn't understand what that meant. What does lockdown mean? They were like, well, all the pubs are closed. These were and I was like, yeah, but where's my family? They were like, no, you don't understand. Nobody is allowed to visit. People have to queue to buy food. People are bulk buying toilet paper. And my mind was just racing. How is this possible? And it was the land of the living dead. It just felt like that, like apocalyptic.
I think something that comes through very, very strongly about your story is your family.
Yeah.
And this is the most tragic element of the pandemic. One of the most tragic elements has been the isolation of people who are ill. But in your case, because you were seriously ill and then you had an extremely long recovery in which your family was totally instrumental.
I mean, without my family, I honestly don't believe I could have come through at all. It was so hard when I woke up because I couldn't move and I didn't understand why. There were lots of questions and I was very insistent about FaceTiming someone, anyone, so they had to try and get me to communicate that way. But without them, I just don't know how I would have done. My mother-in-law used to cook me my favourite soup. My sister, every day, different meals, every opportunity. My brother, my mum, my husband, everybody gave so much love, but
none of them ever.
Well, we don't know because I don't think we all understood. I think my son did have it because he was in Milan with me, but we sent him home early. So maybe he did have it. My husband had flu symptoms, but we weren't sure. But apart from that, no. And I don't know if, when I was taken into hospital, they said that my lung capacity was only at 20%. So they had no option but to ventilate. But, I think since they've realised it was an inflammatory disease, and if there had been the option of giving anti-inflammatories, it would have helped with all the symptoms that I then had, like the lack of breathing. I mean, the reality now is I'm tachycardic. You do suffer quite badly with fatigue. The fatigue is something, I've never had that. I've always been an incredibly energetic person. And now I have to be very, store my energy, use it when I need to, make sure I daytime nap even. I've never done that, daytime nap, but, and mentally it takes you on a journey that I can't even begin to understand or, so when people say, oh, you're back to normal, outwardly, maybe. Outwardly.
You mentioned something extraordinary. You mentioned survivor's guilt.
Yeah.
Really, after the experience you've had, that's like a. I know it's a reaction. I know it's a common reaction, but still, why?
I don't know. I think look, a lot of the things that happened to you. I mean, when I woke from the coma and I was in, ICU, the nurses were like, this is something that happens to people that have survived a terminal illness. It's something that you have to deal with mentally through help with, seeing the right people. I think that's what needs to happen. The information needs to be liberated for all of us, because it's not just a physical assault on your body, it's a mental assault as well. And you do, I looked at these amazing people in my hospital, the nurses, the doctors, all the people risking their lives every day. And the reality of them asking, oh, what do you do for a living? And I felt guilty. I did feel terrible, I'm in fashion. I felt so, was I doing enough? Should I do more? How will I change my approach to what I do? And that did, it was a big wake-up call, it really was.
And now you're evangelical.
I mean, I sort of, yeah, I am. In a way, for me, I feel like we have to, all of us, contribute to things to change them. I mean, my healing processes have been multi-layered. I have seen psychologists and physiotherapists, but also Western medicine cannot offer me everything I need. And so I have seen a herbalist. I mean, I'm married to an acupuncturist, so I have acupuncture weekly. So those things in the end are the things that really have helped me. But mentally, I force myself to do things that, are just approach life in a very different way. Every moment's become precious. And that sounds so cliched, but it does, because our lives are so, the speed at which we live our lives in this industry is so fast that sometimes we blink and we miss it. We just do. That's the truth. I have become a much more obsessed with nature, with taking time, spending time with people I care about, COVID allowing. But, that's definitely what it's taught me.
I think you're going to have a lot to teach everyone that you've worked with all these years. But thank you very much.
You're so welcome.
Wonderful to see you.
You're so welcome.
I'm so grateful that we can do this.
Well, hopefully we can do more. Yeah.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Over to you, Imran.
Thank you, Sophia and Tim. I mean, it's really harrowing to hear stories like that. But there's a lot of stories like that that are around the world now. People who've still got the disease. They've got long COVID. They have extended symptoms, and I want you to stay with us now, because we're going to meet Sarah Jones, an expert on the largest continuous COVID health behavior study in the world, to talk about how the virus is changing how we all live and work every day. So we'll be right after that. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back. As we just heard from Sophia, coronavirus is a real menace. In fact, many of us are living in fear of it. In our BOF community exit poll, 26% of you shared that you believe you will get COVID-19 in the future. And that's mean that COVID-19 has quite literally changed the way we live our lives every day. Over the past few months, I've been talking about this topic a lot with my friend Sarah Jones, co-creator of a really topical website whose research on human behavior amid the pandemic informed some of the questions we all asked you about in our exit poll on your attitudes and beliefs about coronavirus. COVIDDataHub.com is the largest continuous COVID health behavior study in the world with real-time, open access data. Sarah is currently a PhD student at the Institute of Global Health Innovation at Imperial College London. And on top of all that, Sarah has also been providing mental health training to the BOF team during the pandemic. She's been a constant source of support and guidance as we've tried to manage the impact of the pandemic the best we can as a business, as a team, and as individuals. And I invited Sarah to chat about some of the data she's been collecting these past few months so we can understand what we've learned about how COVID-19 is changing human behavior, how this varies around the world, and how our BOF community data compares. Sarah, it's lovely to have you here in the Voices studio here in London.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. I conduct my doctoral research at Imperial College London, and I've created and I'm trialing Mental Health Intelligence, a corporate mental health training program. In March, I called on data company YouGov to help me reach out to almost 500,000 people in 29 countries. The result has become the largest ongoing COVID health behavior study of its kind in the world. The data and observation platform that my colleagues and I have created provides long-term cross-country key indicator trends on how people are behaving in reaction to COVID. The platform has been used by the IMF, the World Health Organization, the OECD, the European Central Bank, the Bank of England, the Cabinet Office, Oxford University, and many others. We've made the data and the results open access at COVIDDataHub.com and the Imperial College London website. We track many COVID-related health behaviors, hand washing, mask wearing, vaccine attitudes, and whether or not we self-isolate when we have symptoms. We also track economic activity, like avoiding shops, working outside the home, and public transit. I also track global anxiety and depression symptoms. I've been privileged to travel quite a bit in my old normal life, mostly to see friends and family in North America. The last time I traveled outside this country was Paris Fashion Week in February. I'm one of those people who goes to Fashion Week, not for the clothes and the trends, but for the chat, to feel the energy and the creativity of the fashion world, and most of all, to smile and laugh and commune for a whole weekend with people who were different from me, different from my everyday life. Since the end of February, life has changed drastically for me, for almost everyone on the planet. And there are very few times, very few moments in our lives when the entire planet is experiencing the same event at the same time, having all the same feelings, the same emotions at the same time. The World Cup, a royal wedding, a man on the moon, these events bring the planet together because they capture our common interests, our common energy. They make us feel the same thing at the same time. Coronavirus has captured the planet's attention and our lives for almost a year now. And while some good news about vaccines is beginning to emerge, we still have a long way to go before the new normal starts. One question kept coming up for me when the world outside China began to wake up last winter to the dangers of coronavirus. Are the citizens of planet Earth all experiencing the same thing at the same time? The data my colleagues and I have collected over the past year suggests that as a planet, we do not, in fact, perceive or behave as though we are experiencing the same thing at the same time. Here's a snapshot of data which represents people's hygiene and social behavior from countries around the world. Activities like washing hands, mask wearing, avoiding public transit. Epidemiologists and policymakers believe that some of these activities will contribute to virus spread, and thus many of them have been regulated, like socializing with more than a few people at a time. Across the world, there seems more of a consensus about some health behaviors more than others. Most countries are no longer always avoiding putting their kids in school, although Brazil, Indonesia, Saudi were outliers. In most countries, people were no longer always avoiding going to shops or always going out in general. However, there has been less planetary consensus on social distancing, with meeting in groups markedly no longer being avoided in East Asia, likewise with avoiding crowded areas and avoiding public transport like buses and subways. And some preventative health behaviors have been divisive. Mask wearing, recommended by the WHO, where social distancing can't be maintained, has actually become a flashpoint in some countries. But we have seen some strong national differences, as you can see in that purple streak down the middle. Nordic countries, Denmark, Finland, Norway, have very few people who report always wearing a mask, while people in Spain, Singapore, Brazil, and most other countries report a very high percentage of people who always wear a mask. As the pandemic has unfolded, it's become clear to me that across the world, we're in fact not experiencing the same thing at the same time. We're not experiencing the same facts, the same death rates, the same cues from one another. And crucially, we're not experiencing the same restrictions. This is evident in observing people's willingness to wear masks. In the Asia-Pacific region, for example, more people are willing to wear a mask, and for more reasons: government advice, social norms, law. In Europe, however, more people may rely on law to guide and nudge them. But how effective can the law be when a country is frustrated with its government? We've observed that the US, the UK, and Brazil have the highest percentage of people who rate their government as handling the pandemic very badly. And with the notable exception of Japan, many countries in the Asia-Pacific region have the lowest percentage of people who rate their government as handling the pandemic very badly. How have these restrictions and our national differences played out with respect to our social lives? Are we all experiencing the same thing at the same time? Well, the data would suggest that we are increasingly diverging, with countries in Asia starting to meet up again, while restrictions on Europe's socializing is demolishing our immediate social bonds to one another once again this fall. Now, what has that done to our mental health? Well, from April to November across 29 countries, depression and anxiety are high and do not seem to have been abated. It's becoming clear that average young people are at higher risk than the average older person. Now, these figures don't include people living in care homes and in hospitals. For that reason, they're likely to undercount the severe effects in these groups. But what does the planet do to look after its mental health? Well, not enough is the straight answer. 1 in 4 people reported they do nothing to look after their mental health. In September, the most popular activity was exercising, with about 1/3 of people reporting low-intensity exercise, like walking. This is somewhat encouraging, because even short bursts of brisk activity can improve mood and energy. About 1 in 4 people are reading up on tips to improve their mental health. And perhaps most encouraging to me is that about 1 in 4 reported doing something for others as a way of improving their mental health, giving time, energy to others, like a neighbor or a friend. Only 1 in 5 reported talking to someone about their mental health. And from UK research, we know that 80% of people who talk about their mental health find it helpful. So personally, I'd like to see that number go up. Now, which countries are talking about their mental health? Again, I've observed some vast national differences in talking about mental health, with more people in Brazil, Vietnam, and the Philippines reporting talking about their mental health than, for example, the Dutch and the Danish. Now, who do we talk to about our mental health? Everyone's experience of poor mental health is different. There is such a complicated convergence of personal and social factors which can lead someone to experience poor mental health. But one thing is clear: our friends and family are the ones we rely on the most, 5 times the frequency of talking to professionals. However, I want to draw your attention to the incredibly important role that work has to play here. Those in work are very clearly talking they're talking about their mental health at work with their colleagues. And companies need to do more to facilitate this and prioritize this, provide better support to their talent. But now I'd like to turn the tables and talk about vaccines. This is the topic on many people's minds. Top scientists on the planet are working hard to deliver a safe vaccine, an effective vaccine to the world. Dr. Noel Brewer is a behavioral scientist and an expert in vaccination and other health behaviors. He is professor of health behavior at the Gilling School of Global Public Health at the University of North Carolina. Dr. Brewer has published over 280 papers on behaviors related to vaccination, vaping warnings, screening tests. He's among the top 1% most cited researchers in the world from the last 3 years. Dr. Brewer has advised the World Health Organization, the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the U.S. President's Cancer Panel under 2 presidents, and the U.S. National Vaccine Advisory Committee. Dr. Brewer and I met when the WHO turned to him and his colleagues to analyze data from my global study about people's vaccine behavior. First off, Noel, congratulations on the addition to your family, and sincerely thank you for joining us today to talk about people's attitudes and about vaccines and how they are shaping our behavior.
So Sarah, are we going to go through some questions? Is that the way to do this?
Is that all right, if you don't mind?
That'd be great.
Wonderful. Now, first off, I want to give full disclosure that I have volunteered for a vaccine trial. I've received one of the 2 doses. It's a personal choice that I made, and I didn't discuss with anyone around me, but yet not even my own family. But I made that choice because I want to be of service to my family, to those around me, to my community. But I recognize that I have access to a lot of scientists, a lot of facts, and I'm in a privileged position as such. My personal confidence in the safety of vaccines in trials is unequivocal. And I wondered, I really want to talk with you today about people's attitudes that give people confidence, and the attitudes also that holds people back from their confidence. I know that your research has suggested that anticipated regret might play a role in whether or not someone gets a vaccine, and I wondered if you could tell us a little bit more about that.
Sure. So how people think about risk affects their behavior, and there's lots of different risk appraisals. One of the risk appraisals is called anticipated regret, the idea that you think about the future and you wonder, what would it be like if I engaged in this behavior if I didn't? So you might regret getting a vaccine, or you might regret not getting a vaccine. So those could be behaviors that you could engage in, the choices of vaccinating or not. And that's one of the leading drivers of vaccination behavior in terms of what people think and feel. But in addition, a big influence is how confident people are in vaccines, the providers of vaccines, the whole vaccination system. And a powerful way to increase vaccine confidence is to have leaders speaking about vaccination in a positive way. So for example, the US now has 3 of our presidents who've said that they would, past presidents who've said that they would speak about the vaccines and specifically get the COVID-19 vaccine on screen, live on television. That's an outstanding action. That's something that all of us can encourage by opening up our address books in contact with the local health authorities and saying, look, I have these connections. I can make these connections to help our media campaign and get some big names on screen and helping them to promote vaccine.
And tell me, what are some of the greatest concerns or the most common concerns that people have about taking vaccines?
They don't want to get hurt. They want it to be safe first and foremost. And as you said, these vaccines are incredibly safe. You're going to get a sore arm. You may feel a little fluey for a day or 2, but that's nothing compared to being hospitalized or possibly exposing a loved one to a disease that could kill them. So these are outstanding vaccines that are safe, but they're also effective, up well above 90%, which puts them in the elite class of vaccines.
Tell me, how important is government trust in vaccines and vaccination programs being adopted by people in a country?
It's extremely important. It's not really exactly what causes people to get vaccinated, but what happens is that having trust in the authorities and the process allows us to establish programs that are effective, allows us to have requirements or reminder and recall systems to get people in for vaccination, or automatically scheduling people for vaccines, or even just the funding of the programs. All of that becomes possible when we have a public that is confident in vaccination.
And I hear a lot in the news these days about worries that there is information overload or information underload, and I'm worried. Do people understand in detail the way that vaccines work, or do they need to? What do you think?
This is a really interesting point. There are sort of two sides to the story. On one side, there's the informed consent people who say we want patients to understand every detail of their medical care and always be giving full informed consent about every last detail. Then there's another side that says our providers, our healthcare providers, are the experts, and we want to be able to rely on them to guide us in a way that is helpful. And we just don't have the headspace to keep track of every last thing and look at every detail. I'm of that camp where I think that nurses and physicians and other healthcare professionals are the experts, and we look to them to help us know what's healthy for us. So that's what I encourage, is that there's a trust relationship with your provider. That person recommends the vaccine, and then you move forward and get it. And then if you have questions, absolutely, that's a time when you can get those answered. You might want to go on the web or find out somewhere else, but honestly, it's that provider that you go to when you have a cough or that you go to when you're not feeling well. That's the person who can help you really understand what's going on and set your mind at ease.
Now, can I ask a sort of basic question? How do virus vaccines work in a population? For example, do a lot of people in a population need to get the vaccine in order for it to work?
Yeah, there's been some nice visualizations of it where there's like a lot of pool balls all bouncing into one another. And you can kind of imagine it that way, where it's not so much what happens to you, although you don't want to get sick. It's that the vaccine doesn't pass through you onto other people. And so there's this idea called herd immunity. And with herd immunity, what you have then is you have these different, I guess that doesn't work. I've got some funny line in here. With herd immunity, what happens is that you stop the vaccine from being passed on from you to another person and from that person to another person. So it breaks this chain of transmission. So it's about protecting you, but also protecting groups of people through that herd immunity process.
Gotcha. And what kind of responsibility do you think that the media plays in the rollout of vaccination programs? Certainly, you've worked on very successful HPV vaccination programs in the past. They probably haven't gotten the global media attention that these upcoming rounds of vaccines will get. What kind of responsibility does the media have in reporting on vaccines?
I think the media has to help the government be transparent, or the governments of the world be transparent with what's going on. They need to talk fairly about safety and about effectiveness. That's the first charge. The next thing to do is to help people understand, how do you get the vaccine? Simply like, how do I afford it? Where is it available? Who do I talk to? How do I do this? And finally, the media is has a particularly large role in being careful about what information they share and don't share. So if the media is deciding to pick up and to try to create false balance by picking up an anti-vaccine meme, that's very unhelpful. We know what the science is, and the science is very clear. We don't need to have a false expert put up next to another expert and have those two have a conversation. We don't need that conversation anymore about vaccines. We know what the answer is. These are safe and effective vaccines.
Terrific. Noel, thank you for joining us today. We're very grateful. Back to you, Imran.
Thanks, bud.
Thank you, Sarah and Noel, for your time. Okay, we're going to shift gears a bit now. I want to do a quick poll and understand how the BOF community is sleeping. Yes, that means how all of you are sleeping. So you can find the polling feature in the window next to your video player. And here's the question that we have for you today. How often has poor sleep troubled you during the pandemic? A, always. B, very often. C, sometimes. D, rarely. Or E, never. The data will show up as you enter your responses from all over the world, and it's starting to come through. I'm going to give you a few minutes. We've still got some results that are coming through, but it seems pretty clear that I'm not the only one who's had trouble sleeping over these past 9 months. 39%, now 38%, 39%, it keeps changing. Oh, well, I'm just gonna give it a second because it keeps going up and down. But basically, more than 30% of you are saying your sleep has been disrupted or troubled very often. Almost 40% of you are saying sometimes your sleep has been troubled during a pandemic. If we take the sometimes and very often and kind of add them up, that's like 75% of you having trouble sleeping during the pandemic. And I have to say, I completely relate with that. It's been a really tough period. And so that's why I wanted to focus our next talk here at Voices 2020 on sleep. A few months into the pandemic, my friend Anand gifted me an Oura ring. And Oura equipped me with powerful data about my sleep that I've never had before. And now I find I'm more able to associate how I'm feeling in the morning when I get up with how I've slept the night before, because I have data that helps me understand it. But Oura isn't like a ring that's about fashion, really, and not yet at least. But that may be about to change. Oura seems to be making moves into the fashion wearable space, which is not a term that we've heard in a while. At least I haven't been hearing it. But Oura recently launched a gold version of its ring. So watch this space. But Oura's CEO, Harpreet Singh Rai, has overseen the company's growth through ups and downs, including long periods when he couldn't keep the Oura ring in stock. That's a good problem to have, however, as it turns out, because investors, including Forerunner Ventures, poured $28 million into Oura in the middle of March, just as the pandemic was beginning. And as demand began to spike due to all of the sleep-affected, data-obsessed people like me interested in figuring out their sleep. And a couple weeks ago, I sat down with Harpreet, the CEO of Oura, and the noted sleep scientist, Dr. Matthew Walker, professor of neuroscience and psychology at UC Berkeley, and he just recently joined Oura as chief scientific officer. Now, Matt is probably one of the most if not the most respected academic in the world on sleep, and he used the Oura ring completely independently for 2 years before agreeing to get on board as chief scientific advisor. And if there's one key lesson to share from this talk that's coming up, it's that when trying to solve health issues, as we've just learned from Sarah's talk, it's all about the data, especially with something like sleep. We're all different. We all have our own rhythms, and focusing on the data has actually been the key to Oura's success. So here's the science of sleep with Dr. Matthew Walker and Harpreet Singh Rai. Well, hello, Matt Walker, Harpreet Rai. It's lovely to be in touch with both of you connected virtually. And today we're here to talk about sleep. What I really wanted to start with is like how you both got interested in the space of sleep to begin with. Maybe Matt, we could start with you. How did you become a sleep scientist?
Most sleep scientists are accidental sleep scientists. You know, no one, when they were sort of 5 or 6 at school and they say, what would you like to be when you grow up? No one shoots their hand up and says, I'd love to be a sleep researcher, you know? And so we all fall into it. And I did too. Back 20 years ago when I was doing my PhD, I was looking at brainwave patterns with people with early stage dementia, trying to see what type of dementia they had. And I was failing miserably. Then I realized one day I was measuring my patient's brainwave activity at the wrong time, which was when they were awake. And instead I should be measuring it when they were asleep. And it was in the electrical static of sleep at night that I could start to define what type of dementia that they were going to ultimately trajectory kind of move towards. That's when I started to just fall in love with this thing called sleep. I became utterly fascinated. It has been a 20-year-long love affair. And to me, it remains the most beguiling topic of all of science.
From my side, probably more through negative experiences. So I did study electrical engineering in college and mainly worked on, different types of sensors that interact with the human body, including the brain. But I ended up graduating university and actually going into investment banking. And so probably the worst profession for sleep hygiene, if I had to guess. But really, I think it's only till later did I really realize that, just as the correlation Matthew was talking about, that time, at night when your brain resets and your body resets is actually, the critical thing for us to be the best version of ourselves. I think that's what really, honestly, just negative experience, unfortunately, eventually becoming a positive one, led me towards sleep.
Can you give us a little window in how you and your team have kind of developed this product? In the fashion industry, a few years ago, everybody was talking about wearables, and the conversation around wearables has just kind of petered out. And so when I discovered this product, I kind of had the same reaction as Matt, which is like, it's something I can actually integrate into my life without having to worry about it. It just, the data, it's like now the first thing I look at when I wake up in the morning, because I'm really, I guess, motivated by data like lots of people. So I want to see if I got a little crown. But can you give us a window into how you've developed the ring and how it works?
Convenience and ease of use when it comes to consumers is everything. Looking at or wearing any of these devices, takes time and it takes energy. If you think about Facebook, how easy is it to start a Facebook account and add friends? They'll suggest friends to you. They make that ease of use and convenience, and that's why they have over 1 billion active users. And so I think when we looked at wearables, Kara Swisher has called them unwearables in the past as well. The battery life would be really poor. Charging mechanisms are sort of a pain in the butt. It might be big and bulky, bigger than a regular watch, or not as fashionable. So it doesn't, look good with your outfit. And so I think, that sweet spot of sort of accuracy and convenience is what we aimed for. On the accuracy side, pulse signal really on your finger, these are arteries, and they come into, the palm of your hand, and that, we all have different color skin, right? But our palms are roughly the same. And then, that allows for a uniform measuring better than traditional wrist-based wearables. And then also just that pulse signal from the artery, because the skin is so thin, is so strong. So we always felt like that could give us an edge up in accuracy over the wrist-based devices. And I think, frankly, on top of all of that, the use case of sleep, I think luckily, timing-wise, or unluckily for sort of society, as we become more digitally connected, all of us are sleeping less on average. And, we're more distracted than ever before. And so I think if you look at, I always tell people an interesting chart to look at is Google Trends data. So if you just look at keyword searches for sleep versus running, you'll actually see the two flip in 2016. The more people start querying for sleep because they're having issues sleeping, and lo and behold, that's sort of like exactly when LTE and, more cellular connectivity increased. And so I think, more people unfortunately are having issues with sleep than ever before. We're getting less of it as a society, which Matthew obviously knows a lot about. And I think for us, it's actionable. It's something we do every day, and making a product that, is both accurate and convenient was sort of the cornerstone.
Matt, what is the data saying to you right now about how the pandemic has impacted the way people are sleeping?
Certainly some proportion of people for whom the sleep has become longer in duration. With the coronavirus and people not having to commute or sort of get their kids to school even earlier, it's sort of like revenge of the night owls, that the night owls can finally go to bed a little bit later and wake up a little bit later because they have more time. And that has led to some betterment in overall sleep health. However, that's one cloud of data that we've been seeing. There is another cloud of data where sleep has definitely become worse, quality and quantity. And I think for probably at least 3 reasons. The first is that some people, of course, have lost their jobs. Others are uncertain as to whether they will retain their job. And then finally, there's a lot of us who are just anxious about the whole scape of health when it comes to COVID. And it's that trigger of anxiety that we know is one of, if not the underlying principal mechanisms for this thing that we call insomnia.
I think one of the interesting things we noticed that was actually even more standout is just the level of activity. We've seen people, whether it's their commutes or, gyms being closed, that total activity has unfortunately definitely gone down. I think that's something that ends up then having a effect also on your quality and your level of sleep as well.
The other thing I read, Matt, in some of your writing is the impact of sleep on immunity. And of course, we're all thinking about immunity right now because there's this deadly virus still circulating in the community. As I speak right now, much of the United States, most of Europe is, engulfed in a second wave. How does sleep, or the quality of our sleep, impact our immunity?
So there's actually a very intimate relationship between your sleep health and your immune health. And I'll just give you some examples. What we know is that individuals who report sleeping less than 7 hours a night are 3 times more likely to become infected by the rhinovirus, which is the common cold, relative to those who are getting more than 7 hours of sleep. We also know that women who are sleeping 5 hours or less a night are almost 70% more likely to go on to contract pneumonia, which is actually a critical part of the COVID-19 disease equation. But one of the other things that we've discovered is how sleep will enhance, or a lack of sleep will impair your ability to become immunized. So for example, if you are getting just 4 to 5 hours of sleep in the week before you get your flu shot, you produce less than 50% of the normal antibody response, rendering that flu vaccination, far less effective as a consequence. Now, if you flip that on its head and you ask, well, then what is it about sleep that's so wonderful? Firstly, we know that it's during sleep, particularly deep sleep, when you refresh all of the weaponry, all of the immune weaponry in your sort of health arsenal, as it were. And it's not just that you enhance immune factors when you are sleeping, but during sleep, the body becomes more sensitized to those circulating immune factors. So net, when you wake up the next morning, you are a more robust immune individual as a consequence. When it comes to COVID, we're going to have a vaccine. Of that, I am sure. There is hope out there, and I think we will have that. But then the question becomes, well, is the same thing true about your COVID vaccine? So next year, when we all go and get our COVID shot, do we need to be thinking about sleep? Will that determine the success or failure of whether you become immunized? How do we do that? Well, let's say that we have a sleep tracker and we have intelligent software that says, look, I noticed that you got not particularly great sleep this past week. And I know that you've got an appointment at the NHS or with your GP for your COVID flu shot. Let me just push that an additional 4 days. Let's work on your sleep. I'm going to coach you with an app towards better sleep. And then I've got 3 appointments in 10 days time. Which one would you like to select? And we can far more intelligently create a closed loop system where technology is helping our health and our immune system to combat disease states.
One of the things that we've seen on the finger, and also that we've just had in Oura Ring since day one, has been temperature sensors. And so, some of the work this year, we wanted to actually do even more research in sleep labs like Matt's, but just given lockdown, it's actually been pretty hard to do that, right? You're not recruiting subjects during a lockdown. I think one thing that we did as a company when the pandemic was happening was really double down on all the research we could do as a company, but specifically on COVID and other influenza-like illnesses. So we ended up actually being the first wearable to launch an IRB-backed study with a large academic institution, UCSF, particularly starting on COVID, and we ended up opening that up to our whole user base. And what we've seen is there's, early data suggests that signals from the Oura Ring, and other wearables are obviously doing this too now, can perhaps tell people they may be coming down with something, 1 day, 2 day, potentially up to 3 days in advance. Still a lot more data to collect and finalize. But I think, again, this technology, could really, as Matthew talked about, really help inform and innovate on our healthcare system, globally. And, if that happens, I think ultimately we're going to have better lives, better health, right? And be happier people too.
Matt, one of the other benefits of sleep, COVID aside, is around productivity. And this has been a year of extreme stress for people. Can you talk about the relationship between sleep and productivity?
Sleep in some ways has an image problem. That we think of people who get sufficient sleep as being, slothful or lazy, perhaps. And the data are very clear when it comes to productivity. Less sleep does not equal more productivity. It was not true in the rote industrial era, and it's never been more true now in the digital era. And there's lots of great data on this. Firstly, we know that underslept employees will typically select fewer challenging problems if you give them options. So they will probably just lapse into checking voicemails or looking at email rather than digging into hard work. Secondly, of the problems that they do try to solve, they produce fewer creative solutions. And it's creativity and ingenuity that's supposed to drive our businesses forward. They're supposed to be the engines of innovation. Third, we also know that underslept employees, when they're working in groups, will typically slack off and ride the coattails of other people's hard work. It's called social loafing, and it doesn't breed good sort of, goodwill among teams. The fourth aspect is that underslept employees are typically more likely to lie and be more deviant, to falsify reports or sort of create anomalies in data that are not true. And finally, a lack of sleep goes all the way to the top of the business chain, because what we know is that the more or less sleep that a business leader has had from one night to the next, the more or less charismatic that employees will rate that business leader from one day to the next, even though they know nothing about how much the business leader slept. It's evidential in their behavior. And you can add up all of those things and then say, okay, let's take a 30,000 foot view on this, which is what the Rand Corporation did, which is an independent survey company. And what they found is that insufficient sleep and fatigue costs most nations about 2% of their GDP. So here in America, that was $411 billion lost to insufficient sleep. In the United Kingdom, it was over $50 billion. In Japan, it was over $130 billion. In other words, if we could solve the sleep loss crisis within most first world nations, I could almost double the budget for healthcare or even double the budget for education. So the way I think of sleep is not like a cost. I don't sit there at the end of the evening and thinking, okay, I've got this additional work to do. I've got this grant to write. I've got this paper to write. I don't think of it as going to bed at the right time being a cost. I change that. I actually see it as an investment in tomorrow. If I get to bed early tonight, it's the best investment for me to get that work done tomorrow, because you're just so much more efficient.
Okay, if sleep is my investment in tomorrow, how can I develop better sleep habits? Like, what are the kind of top tips for getting the best night of sleep possible?
One thing to kick it off is I do believe, and I think our users do too, and the adage that what gets measured gets mastered. And I think there's enough variety in people's lives that certain days are going to be more stressful. Certain days they will eat later because of a social gathering. Certain days you may feel really tired and probably drink too much coffee, which will even hurt you then the next day. And I think being able to look at that and understand which habits are really making a difference for you, and which ones aren't is really valuable. In terms of sleep hacks, I'll just throw out my new favorite one has been the sauna. I have, been using the sauna regularly, have gotten into a very good pattern of it. And it's just something that has totally even improved my sleep as, CEO of this company, even to another level that I wasn't getting before.
This idea of sleep, what gets sort of measured, gets managed or gets mastered is important because it's not really like the gym or eating. We're awake, and I can remember what I was doing at the gym. I was conscious and I was aware of it. I can remember what I've been eating during the day. But when you're asleep, it's a non-conscious process. So it's actually even more challenging for you just subjectively to know what's going on. And that's why I sort of like the idea of sleep tracking. Also, if I were to ask you, Imran, how did you sleep last night? You can tell me. But if I were to say, how did you sleep last Tuesday? Probably don't remember. But I can look at my data. And you can, you don't have to worry too much with these trackers, about last night. Everyone can have a bad night, and that's just fine. Follow trend lines rather than daily headlines. And it's this type of ongoing tracking and the trend lines that Harpreet was talking about, where you can look at what's happening in your life and what's sort of perturbing it. And, sauna is a great example. In fact, in the science, we know there's something called the warm bath effect, where when you warm the body up and when you get out of the bath, It's not that you get into bed and you're all nice and toasty. It's the opposite, that you've come out of the bath, all of the blood is to the surface, and then you have this huge expelling of heat from the core of your body. Your core body temperature drops, and that's what needs to happen for you to fall asleep and stay asleep. And that's why the warm bath effect or the sauna effect helps with your sleep. It's the reason that you will always find it easier to fall asleep in a room that's too cold than too hot. Too cold, taking you in the right direction. Two other things I would note. One is regularity. And that's one of the other nice things about these devices, that they can send you notifications. You know, we typically have a wake up alarm. Why don't we have a to bed alarm? And it's always surprised me that we don't. But if a device that understands your sleep and your circadian rhythms can find the sweet spot of where you should be sleeping on the 24-hour clock face, it can give you nudges towards going to bed and not just waking up. So regularity, going to bed at the same time and waking up at the same time, is critical. And then the final thing I would say is, if you're struggling with sleep, in addition to avoiding naps during the day and also avoiding caffeine afternoon and alcohol in the evening, the last thing I would say is, don't stay in bed awake for too long. I would use the sort of 25-minute rule of thumb. If you've been trying to fall asleep, or you've woken up and you're trying to fall back asleep, and it's been 25 minutes, get up and get out of bed, because quickly your brain starts to learn this triggered association between every time I go into my bedroom, I'm wide awake, because I've learned that that's the place where I'm always awake rather than asleep. Go to a different room, just read a book in dim light, listen to a podcast, don't check email or any of that good stuff. Don't eat, because that will be a habituated trigger. And then only return to bed when you're sleepy. And there's no time limit. So the analogy there would be, you know, you'd never sit at a dinner table waiting to get hungry. So why would you lie in bed waiting to get sleepy? And the answer is that you shouldn't. Those are some good tips.
Well, thank you so much, Harpreet, Matt, for your time. I'm sure all of our community will benefit from that advice. And I love the what doesn't get measured doesn't get mastered or managed. We use that in business, of course, but it's equally applicable in life.
So true.
All right. Thanks, both of you.
Thank you, Imran.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having us. Take care.
For several years now here at Voices, we've learned about the benefits of meditation. It's a recurring topic because meditation has proven enduring benefits on mental health, alertness, and well-being, all things that we've been discussing today. But it turns out I don't need to tell that to you. You know, we were just looking at Sarah's data about responses, behavioral responses during the pandemic, and actually in our own BOF community exit poll, 56% of respondents reported to talking to someone about feeling stressed, which is much higher than with the data that we just saw from Sarah. And actually, 45% of you have practiced some form of meditation in the past 7 days. I'm pretty sure then that Deepak Chopra probably needs no introduction to the Voices crowd. You're probably already aware that he is one of the world's foremost thinkers in the space of whole health and well-being based on a twin understanding of science and spirituality. And for years, Deepak has had a close familial relationship with Carmen Busquets, herself a dedicated practitioner of meditation for more than 2 decades. I know this because, full disclosure, Carmen was an early investor in BOF. And besides business plans and projections, over the years, Carmen and I have frequently talked about our shared experiences with meditation. Recently, I met virtually with Deepak and Carmen to talk about meditation and how it can lead to a more awakened life. Deepak, Carmen, thank you so much for taking the time to join us for Voices this year. This is a highly unusual Voices with you, Deepak, in San Diego and you, Carmen, in the Bahamas. But luckily, technology has connected all of us today to have this very important conversation on meditation and how meditation can lead to an awakened life. But before we get into some of the science of meditation, Deepak, I just, you know, you spend a lot of time, I've got your most recent book here with me, Total Meditation, and you talk a lot about the underlying causes of stress in daily life. You know, where do these Where do these things come from that create stress for us?
So thank you, first of all, Carmen, and thank you, Imran, for having me. Stress is usually defined as the perception of threat. So stress is not out there, stress is not in here, it's how in here deals with out there. So stress usually is blamed on threatening situations when in fact it's your response to those threatening situations, quote unquote, that actually creates biological havoc or biological chaos. Human beings have the capacity to respond at many levels to challenges. The most primitive way is what we call the fight-flight response. So in a threatening situation, we either fight or we run. The second most primitive way is what we call the ego response, where we try to manipulate a situation either by being nice or nasty or stubborn or playing the victim. 99% of humanity behaves like that, so 99% of humanity is stressed. And beyond these two responses, we have something called the restful alertness response, which is the meditation response. Beyond that, there's something called the intuitive response, which is to eavesdrop on context, meaning, relationship, and story. Beyond that is the creative response. And beyond that is the visionary response. And beyond that is something called the sacred response. So meditation takes us beyond the first two survival responses into intuition, vision, creativity, imagination, insight, and healing. That's why meditation is so important right now, because the world is stressed. There are 3 pandemics going on. One is the economic crisis, the second is COVID-19, and the third is stress. And that stress is aggravating both the other crises as well, because stress produces inflammation in the body, which is linked directly or indirectly to both acute and chronic illness. In fact, right now, the people who are getting acutely sick or getting what are called cytokine inflammatory storms, they're totally as a result of stress.
So as you said, Deepak, the past 8 months have been incredibly stressful for everybody. We all have our individual stresses, but this situation where everyone is confined to home, where people are worried about their own health, about the health of others, where people have financial worries, there's so many things adding on top of each other. What does it take for someone to thrive during a period like this? And what role can meditation play in helping us as humanity cope with all of this uncertainty? We don't know when things are going to end. We don't have the answers around what lies ahead. How do we thrive during a time when there's so much uncertainty?
That's a very good question. And if I was to look at the global landscape right now and come up with one word for what humanity is experiencing, it would be grief. Carmen is not a stranger to grief, nor is anyone here a stranger to grief. We've all had loss in our families. As a physician, I've noticed different stages of grief. So the first stage is denial. The second stage is victimization. Then there is anger, resentment, grievances, even hostility, sometimes guilt, shame, depression. All of that adds up to depletion of energy in the body and makes us even more susceptible. Sometimes, and very rarely, people go beyond the helplessness and frustration and the sadness of grief. They find acceptance. There's no choice. We have to find acceptance of what is at the moment. Once you find acceptance, then you find meaning. So in the last 7 months, I've been engaging not only in meditation, but meditation that includes reflective self-inquiry, which includes asking myself questions deep in meditation. Who am I? What do I want? What is my calling at this moment? What is my purpose? And what's my next step? Through gratitude. When you open your mind to gratitude, you feel healed already. You feel a lot of relief, and you can access what we call pure consciousness through meditation. So I think this is an opportunity for us to reinvent life totally. Reinvent the body, resurrect the soul, create a joyful, energetic body, loving, compassionate heart, clear mind, and lightness of being. If we only keep a few things in mind, and this is a moment of phase transition. The old way of doing business in the world is gone. So there's a death, but there's also a resurrection. And that resurrection is saying, let us all work together for a more peaceful, just, sustainable, healthier, and joyful world. And the technologies are there, including this technology where we are sharing our conversation with the world. But there are many other technologies that lead to emergence. Emergence happens when there's shared vision, where there is emotional and spiritual bonding, and where everyone complements each other's strengths. People in the fashion industry, scientists, philosophers, storytellers, entertainers, educational people all come together to find the creative solutions which are happening as we speak.
Yeah, well, it's funny, Deepak, that's a little bit about what Voices is all about, actually, is like bringing people together to learn from different disciplines, to kind of appreciate the different, what we can learn from our differences and what we can learn from people who are, have been trained differently, grown up in different cultures, all of that. Carmen, I know you and Deepak have a long familial relationship, and you also have a long relationship, both of you, with meditation. What personal reflections do you have on how meditation has helped you cope during this period of great stress and grief?
Because of COVID, a lot of my friends reach out to me to give meditation, and I talked to Deepak, and I told him, I'm going to, do you think I am capable of teach meditation? And he told me, remember, Deepak, at the beginning when I was in Switzerland, and I felt kind of uncomfortable, and you just told me, go with the flow. This is what people need. So for me, it has been a time where I have learned a lot about giving service. It's incredible. I have gone with the flow. I started doing 3 hours of meditation per day in English, French, and Spanish. I never thought that I could do that in French. And I think it's incredible what comes out from you. And what Deepak says is, I think life has prepared us, the meditation and the fact that we all have been meditating all along through our life. It has prepared us to accept this situation as something that we cannot control immediately. We knew right away this was a learning for the universe. So I had to let go. I don't know about you, Imran, because you also meditate.
For me, the meditation practice, I started with Vipassana meditation about 15 years ago. And I grew up in a culture where my grandfather used to meditate every morning, but it was never taught to me. And I think, that's the kind of next thing I wanted to talk to you both about, which is, I think still when people talk about meditation, it seems for some people to be this kind of new age, hocus pocus kind of thing, but there's actually a lot of science that underpins the benefits of meditation. And Deepak, in your recent book, you explain some of the science behind why meditation is so powerful and how it can take you through those stages that you walked us through earlier. Can you talk to us a little bit about, why, the science of meditation?
So you mentioned Vipassana, which is referred to as insight meditation, these days getting a lot of attention as mindfulness and mindful awareness. So that's one form of meditation. There are others like mantra meditation, and there are others, reflective self-inquiry, transcendence, etc. But they all have the same effect. They bring about self-regulation. So they move from your biological responses, from fight flight to restful awareness and homeostasis, which is self-regulation. Inflammation comes down. The level of telomerase, which is the enzyme that controls biological age goes up. We have a study now with the Nobel laureate that showed that within a week, the level of telomerase went up by 40%. We also saw in the same, and we also saw in the same study that genes that activate healing went up some 17% over baseline, and genes that cause are directly or indirectly responsible for inflammation and chronic illness like diabetes, autoimmune illness, even cancer, they went down in their activity. This is called the epigenetic response. All the hormones get self-regulated. This is on the biological level, but then on a personal, social level, meditation also increases your capacity for empathy, for compassion, for joy, for equanimity, for creativity. And then on the spiritual level, of course, it helps you get in touch with your innermost being, the core consciousness that we call self. So at every level, meditation is healing body, mind, and spirit.
I wanted to remind you, Deepa, the experiment that you did years ago. Remember about the people that were meditating in one room and the other people that were not meditating. And I think it's important that you talk about that study, because it's the first time I understood the importance of prayer and the importance of people meditating in Bhutan or in Tibet, the importance of collective meditation, the importance of what you're doing, with Oprah, and all these like big meditation groups. And that study helped me to understand that even if other people don't meditate, you have scientific tests that when you took the blood test of the people that they were not meditating, they still got the benefits out of it. So I would love you to talk about that.
See, one of the tenets of Eastern wisdom traditions is that consciousness is not just in the brain, that the brain is just the localization of consciousness, which is consistent with spiritual traditions, that spirit is one, and then, whatever term you want to use it, the Holy Ghost, Ein Sof, ultimate reality, Brahman, it doesn't matter. But consciousness is one, and then it differentiates into innumerable modes of knowing, minds and bodies and perceptions. So when you go into meditation mode in a group setting, because consciousness is a field that is not confined to the body, spreads and ripples across space and time, it affects other people as well. Your meditation and your prayer affects other people as well. And now there are many studies that are slowly emerging that shows that there is increased brainwave coherence, not only in individual meditators, but it's accelerated in group meditation. It also affects the brainwaves and makes them more coherent in those who are not meditating. So we could be a group of people meditating in a big setting, in an environment, and the stress levels of people who are driving taxi cabs outside, or bus drivers, or people out there on the street, they start to feel better, not knowing why they're feeling better.
It's amazing.
And you've proven that in a real experiment.
There were many experiments like that in the late 80s, and right now there are many more going on. Yes, many experiments that showed that group meditation in Washington, D.C. decreased traffic accidents, decreased crime rate, and everything was affected in the whole city just by a group of people meditating together in a hotel, unbeknownst to the people on the streets.
Still, there's all of this chaos happening. There's change and uncertainty that's rippling through the world, and the idea that we can kind of separate our own happiness or find our own happiness by just focusing on the things that we can control. I mean, how do you think through that, Deepak? That this idea of like finding happiness and focusing on the things that the choices, the lifestyle choices we make, as opposed to the things that we can't control.
So Imran, there are a lot of studies again on social intelligence, emotional intelligence, And social scientists today are identifying what they call the happiness formula. So here it is. Happiness formula is H is equal to S plus C plus V. H stands for happiness. S stands for set point in the brain. So set point in the brain, unhappy people see problems, happy people see opportunity given the same situation. That's set point. Set point is responsible for 50% of your daily happiness experience. And you can shift that just by asking that one question. Instead of asking, what is the problem, what is the challenge, and then asking the next question, what is the opportunity, and leaving it in meditation. That's S plus C. C is conditions of living, which is economic conditions of living. So that adds about 12% to your daily happiness experience. If you win the lottery, you will be very happy in the beginning, but after 6 months, it will plateau, and 1 year, you'll be back to your set point. The third part of the happiness formula, H is equal to S plus C plus V, is voluntary choices. And every day, we make two kinds of choices. One for personal pleasure, such as entertainment, alcohol, sex, food, etc., shopping. Those make us happy too, but only transiently for a day or two. The big things that make us happy are the choices that we call choices for fulfillment. That means we find meaning, purpose, opportunity. But here's the most important thing. The fastest way to be happy is to make another person happy. And you do that by attention, which means listening, affection, caring, appreciation, noticing their qualities, and acceptance, not trying to change them. That's the happiness formula, and we can exercise that right now.
There's a lot of people who might be watching and listening today who've thought about meditation, but for whom it's intimidating or, seems something that they feel like they won't know how to do. How can someone who has never meditated before get started on their meditation journey?
Well, they can start with simple breath awareness, body awareness, observing their reaction to react, putting the pause button before they react. But there are now a lot of online programs with Oprah's help. We've taught almost 10 million people online how to meditate. So one way to access meditation is go on the Chopra app, which is available. It's free of charge, and you're welcome to start your journey through the app.
Great. Carmen, do you have any advice for people who are just thinking about meditating for the first time? You've been meditating for a very long time. What advice do you have for someone who wants to get started?
A lot of people tell me, well, I don't have time. And I say, it's not about time. It's about just do 1 minute meditation sometimes. Just like give 60 seconds to yourself. And sometimes you just have and create that awareness and of having that 60 seconds of silence. Anybody can do it. You can enjoy your coffee and really say, okay, this is great, and tasting, and that experience, takes you out of your mind for 60 seconds. So it's like if you are in a meeting, from one meeting to another, you take 60 seconds in between those meetings, and that really 1 minute that you take becomes maybe 5 minutes one day, and then another day becomes 10 minutes. It's as useful as the 25 minutes that you're gonna take during the morning. And once you realize that you can arrive to 1 second of silence, it's incredible. Some people just say, oh my God, I managed to have 1 minute without thinking and just completely enjoying the coffee. And I think it doesn't take an excuse. It doesn't give an excuse to anybody. Anybody can do it. And I don't know if you agree with me. I think it's a very useful tool to have for our hectic life that goes from one meeting to another.
I totally agree, Carmen. That's amazing what you just said. Even a minute makes a huge difference, and then you build up from there.
Maybe as a final exercise, we could do a little virtual meditation between the 3 different cities that we're in. And Deepak, would you consider just leading a very short, 60-second meditation?
Yes. So wherever you are right now, please sit comfortably. Keep your feet firmly planted on the ground. Uncross your legs. Keep your hands open and close your eyes and just observe your breath. Just observe your breath. You don't need to manipulate your breath, just observing it, and you'll see that it slows down. Now bring your awareness into your heart mentally, and mentally ask yourself the first question: who am I? Don't try to answer the question, just ask it. Allowing any sensations, any images, any feelings, any thoughts to spontaneously arise or not arise. Who am I? Then ask the question, what do I want? Once again, allow any sensation, image, feeling, or thought to spontaneously come to you. What do I want? Third question. What is my purpose? What is my calling in this moment? Allowing any sensations, images, feelings, thoughts to spontaneously come to you. Fourth and final question, what am I grateful for? Gratitude opens the door to abundance consciousness. Allowing any sensations, images, feelings, or thoughts to spontaneously come to you. And now just repeat your full name to yourself mentally. So I am Deepak Chopra, I am Imran Ahmed, I am Carmen Busquet. Just repeat your full name to yourself mentally. And now let go of your name and replace it with just a short phrase, I am. Just those two words, I am, I am, I am. No name, no story. And now if you want, replace I am with a mantra, aham, which is the vibration of existence. Aham, aham, aham. Mentally. This should be done for about 2 minutes or so, at least, or 1 minute, and then finally let go of the mantra and just rest in awareness. Just rest in being. This is our fundamental state of existence, just being. From being emerges feeling, thinking, speaking, and doing. But always go back to being. Rest in being. And when you're ready, slowly open your eyes.
Thank you. And thank you, Carmen, for your time and for connecting with us in this conversation. Deepak, it's a real honor to have had you join us for Voices this year. I hope that one day we'll have an opportunity to meet in person. And understand you need to run off to a session with His Holiness the Dalai Lama, so I don't want to keep you.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Carmen, for organizing this. Thank you, Voices. Thank you, Imran. God bless, Carmen. Give my love to your family.
And thank you.
It was so great to speak to Deepak and Carmen. And now it's time for our final talk of the day, the very last talk of Voices 2020. Tim Blanks first joined the BOF team as our editor-at-large back in August 2015. Happy anniversary, Tim. It's our 5th anniversary. And although I've told the story before, it's probably worth recounting again that I grew up watching Tim on television in Canada. He had a regular fashion news show called Fashion File, and I was seriously obsessed with it. It seeded my first interest in this thing we call the business of fashion. And now look, here we are together in another kind of fashion television show more suited to the year 2020. And what a year it's been. One of my absolute highlights of the pandemic was receiving a huge green show-in-a-box from Loewe designer Jonathan Anderson. Inside was a cornucopia of curious things, including a roll of pink printed wallpaper that became a social media meme as invitees to the Loewe show turned the fashion invitation into a craft project, exactly as Jonathan had intended. The wallpaper was designed in collaboration with the rising British artist Anthea Hamilton, who was nominated for the Turner Prize in 2016. Anthea's interdisciplinary practice involves a wide source of material to create complex, performative installations. Her subject matter has included everything from Japanese kabuki theater, 1970s disco culture, and radical Italian design. And today, Jonathan and Anthea are here to talk to Tim about their creative collaborations and how such important creative dialogues can lead to a new consciousness. The floor is all yours, Tim.
Thank you, Imran. Well, welcome, Jonathan. Welcome, Anthea. It's great to have you here because in this ongoing love affair between fashion and art, I think you two are my favorite affairees. I'm curious to know from you when it started, because the show in a box that arrived in July, June.
Well,
no,
it was later.
It was much
later.
later.
Yeah, it was
yes.
for the Fashion Week.
I have lost all track of time. Was only the latest of a string of very, very interesting collaborations and gettings together. Yeah. So where did it all start? Anthea, when did you first encounter Jonathan?
Start our affair.
It was a while. We started the affair in when I were affair in Miami. At the Loewe Foundation, we do a show once a year in the Design District, and through the curator Andrew Bonacina and Anthea, we all came together and we did a show in the store. So we took everything out and we did a show in it, and that was the first kind of moment, I think.
Yeah, and that was really nice. That was just I think the invitation was very open. It was just like, here's some time to make a few works. Yeah, do what you want. And then I did. But there's always that kind of change in mood. Like if it's an institution that asks you to do something, you kind of know where you are with that. You know, this is kind of usual artistic practice. But when you ask me, there's always this extra dimension that comes with it that I find, I don't know, it's very...
Usually quite quick.
Yeah, usually quite quick. That's good because I'm the slowest person ever.
Were you surprised to be approached by Jonathan?
Not so much. Because maybe within my own art practice, I really like the idea. I'm interested in not just being an artist. I feel like the way I'm thinking is within a creative field or a cultural field. So in fact, it seems like a great idea to do something which kind of pushes an artwork, or whatever the limit of an artwork can be, further than that, and ask people to look at things in different ways.
Because in your work, one of the things I read about you was that you're very interested in taking everyday things and then changing the way people look at something which is quite familiar to them. So I was thinking in the Loewe box, when you open the box, there is a roll of wallpaper. Well, everybody knows what a roll of wallpaper is. But it's completely transformed, obviously, by what happens to it after you take it out of the box and do what you should do with it. But there are other things. When you got the Duveen Commission from the Tate, and you worked with Jonathan and Loewe on that, and that was a very, very provocative, enormous, immersive thing, which points out to me a way that art and fashion can actually alchemize into an entirely different entity. Do you think that is what happened there?
I think so. I think I was also thinking about it as like a collage, like this massive collage of how to bring different elements together. So there were like modernist artworks, there was this performer that was in there, and I was really aware of how vulnerable someone can be just sitting in a museum every day whilst other people are like passing to go and get a piece of cake. And I thought, I just have to do something to kind of give them, I don't know, like a special experience, almost quite a motherly kind of act. And I thought, I just want them to look the very best that they could. And I thought that this idea of these kind of beautiful costumes could be almost like armor for these kind of quite vulnerable bodies. And it just made absolute sense for the nature of the project to ask you, Jonathan, if you would support that or kind of come into it.
Yeah, and it was amazing. It was a quick turnaround, and we had a whole team of designers trying to work out fabrications or all different, like how do we make a three-dimensional head with a helmet inside that a dancer or a performer could survive in for long enough. And it was a kind of, I don't know, when I look back in the history of like kind of costume design, or you look at kind of make with artists in history, I always think they sometimes become some of the most memorable. It's one of my greatest moments that I ever worked, even had like a tiny bit to work on, and I felt that it is something that will go down in history. And I think when you look back at, for example, when Ray Karakubu did Dance with the kind of Lumps and Bumps collection and things like that, they become kind of encapsulated because they're very generous. Performances are, I always think dance or movement or in a weird way, the art in the museum is very generous. You know, when you go to the Tate Britain, you can go for free, and it's something that you come away with more than you entered. You know what I mean? And I think that's what I think that project was the entire space was tiled, which was like even a huge undertaking. It took a while.
But you know, I think of you in your work as being very curatorial in your approach to things. And you actually, when you did the exhibition at the Hepworth Wakefield, Disobedient Bodies, you just mentioned bodies in relation to the Devine Commission at the Tate. And you worked together, you had work in that show as well. And that was a real repositioning of fashion, recontextualizing of fashion.
Yeah, well, it was kind of a bit of a kind of daunting experience, that, because Anthea had a show on before our show, which was based around the Kettle's Yard collection, which was, I always remember there was a spiral staircase in it, which had like these amazing objects, like using other people's artwork and then curating around it. So, and then several months later, then we had to open Disobedient Bodies, which we had the leg pieces in it, the Hepworth have in their collection. And I think through doing that experience, I think that was the turning point in which, for me, I realized that when being a designer and working within art, you have to let go through giving more. You have to give more in the process, because you're kind of working with objects that don't belong to you. And objects that you can't talk for, ultimately. And sometimes as a designer, you kind of get scared that you're going to say something that is maybe not the intention of the artist. But by doing that process of curating, I actually think from that moment of doing that show till present day, I think it's influenced the way in which I approach both my own brand at JW Anderson and at Loewe, because I feel that it kind of stemmed this idea of how do you build cultural brands, and that as much as that we make beautiful things, that we can open up beautiful dialogues or introduce people to different things which have substance, and it's not just a kind of like a take situation. It's kind of like a meeting in the middle, you know. And I think everything that we have done, they seem to be these milestones that I look back on, like, you know, when the Loewe Foundation bought the table, the beautiful table that has the glass, and I remember it being installed in the store and seeing it for the first time, and I could block out the entire store, because that, for me, was that someone, when I was a teenager going into a store, and I could experience that, I felt like when I go to your shows, I feel it's, you know, going back to that generosity that you give back, no matter if you have to buy something or not buy something. I don't think it really matters.
Well, I think interaction is really important to you in your shows and your installations, isn't it? So when you actually walk into the Loewe shop and you see the Vulcano table, and that's a completely new context for it. But how do you feel about seeing your work in a setting like that? Has it, if it's made Jonathan, if working with an artist like you has made Jonathan rethink fashion, has working with Jonathan made you rethink art?
One of the other, yeah. Who can?
Not.
I think generally I'm always kind of checking in with myself what I think art can be, and I think working with you or working in other contexts, like working with people who are, I don't know, glass blowers, like who are in Switzerland, like I'm always trying to find ways to test the validity of what I'm doing. You know, like I don't take it for granted that being an artist is necessarily an important role for me to be doing. So if anything, these are just ideas, and then I have the opportunity to manifest them. So seeing this kind of table that's like been traveling the world and now lives in London for a while at least it's quite, I don't know, there's something really, like the generosity of the act that I had when I was trying to make it, I see doubled up in it's just kind of being in a shop in a way, and not being kind of hallowed in a museum, that it does, even though people shouldn't, you know they're going to touch it, and you know that it's quite at risk in a way, and that's something I quite enjoy about it. There's like a invitation to failure or invitation to drama in there that I appreciate.
I mean, those big glistening red globules of glass that are like a lava flow in the middle of the store. I imagine children kind of picking them up, and I mean, does that ever happen? They look awfully kind of vulnerable.
I think when we were installing it was like probably the most trickiest thing. I think I remember the installation was a moment. But weirdly, I think it's one of those things that you kind of, it's mesmerizing, but you kind of don't, you want to touch it, but you know not to. I think it's one of these objects that kind of draws you in, and then it kind of pauses you when you go near. It's kind of an awe. It's sort of like, how does this actually balance on the table? I think is the biggest thing. I always think it's like, will it stay?
But, you know, it's like walking in there, and that's a table, and that's an incredible revisit of what a table is. The box, the Loewe box. Whose idea was the wallpaper? Because that seemed like such a synthesis of, you know, of your two, of you saying that you want to take people out of their comfort zones.
Yeah.
And collaborating with Anthea is a way of doing that. That you get something. It's a show. It's a fashion. You're told it's a fashion show, and you believe that because a famous designer says, "This is my fashion show." It's in a box, and you open it, and you build a world, which is what fashion does anyway. But you literally build a room to do a show in. Whose idea was it to do wallpaper?
Kind of came from, I went to go and see a show that Anthea had done at Thomas Dane Gallery, in which you'd done different rooms. One had like fur walls, there was another room which was black and white, and then there was like dégradé.
Riche.
Yeah.
Dégradé.
And I remember when we were working remotely at home, and I was working with Ben, who does the styling, and I was we were looking at Marcel Duchamp and how he had done his very famous museum in a box. And I was thinking to myself, well, you know, how do we make people call to action? And then I was like, our clothing is this, but we need a set for it. And then I was just like, I just automatically thought of Anthea, because you kind of use wallpaper or painting of walls and things a lot, especially when you did the Turner Prize, where you kind of painted the entire room in clouds and with a massive bum. And I just thought there was something about what I admire in Anthea's work is it can engage people no matter where you are from, no matter what age you are. There is something that it evokes curiosity, and I thought, you know, if I had been doing a show, I probably would have asked you to do the venue anyway. So I thought, how do we get people to create their own? I had this fantasy of people weirdly doing their bathrooms somehow.
And they did.
And they did.
People actually did. I mean, you love. I know surrealism has been important to you, and it was actually a perfectly surreal thing. You talk about Marcel Duchamp doing his exhibition as his museum show in a box. This was a very surreal object to get.
Well, I mean, it's like a pretty surreal time in a way. And I think that format of like a piece of wallpaper as a manifestation of that, as somehow representative of what's been happening and like the pause that's been put on, or like other incidents, you know, like everything, the idea that you would ask me to somehow react within the space of a wallpaper, I don't know, that's kind of my kind of problem in a way. Like if you just been like, can you do it? I don't know if it would have made sense. It needed to have all the other limits and the parameters and everything happening to kind of then liberate that space to try and make something which could be joyful or could be fun or repetitive or, I don't know, manic or however.
Well, it's interesting you mention a pause, because people were making things or are making things. That one thing that's happened in the lockdown is that people are baking, people are making, people are gardening over the lockdowns. And I mean, it has changed people's attitude to craft. You know, craft stuff is sold out everywhere. And this was such a kind of distillation of that, I thought. We know how much you love craft, how important it is to you, how you have a Loewe Prize celebrating craft. And craft and your work is so much about making things. Do you feel that this is a very important thing going forward, that there's a sort of humanity in what you created together, or what you have created together over the years, that is a sort of signpost to a future, that your collaboration would you like your collaboration to inspire a whole new attitude to the things that you make?
Over to you first. You might be better at answering it.
No, I'm not sure. I'd say that working collaboratively I think is really important. Like, I think I'm only going to answer this very from like a personal level. It's also not within my practice or self to kind of declare what I think anybody else should do. But I think working together, and maybe if I try to think about what craft is, it's about spending time, right? That's investment in skill, and whether it's me kind of observing someone else doing that or kind of enjoying looking at these kind of craft objects. I was trying to think about what else could be craft, and I thought maybe like the stamina that we've all needed to kind of get through this year is also like a type of craft, or like being resilient is like another type of craft, because it's about, I don't know, trusting in holding oneself together some way. And I feel like how that might feed into the show in the box or the times that we've worked together. I see myself as maybe like a cog in that, or a part of it, rather than, I don't know. Yeah, maybe that. I'll leave it there.
That's interesting, because patience is a craft as well.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that I think you've both been very good about educating people in the value of patience, I think, in your work and in your design.
You know, I think you can start to see, I think, through doing the show in the box, or actually just in generally going through this year, you start to realize, I think, you know, when you look at the idea of wallpapering, like, you know, my mother was wallpapering the kitchen. Like, you know, she would never have done that. But I think a lot of people have kind of found, we were just listening to about meditation. I think in a weird way, making is a form of meditation. I think the idea of like, to clean. I actually think cleaning is an amazing kind of form of craft, because you can order things, or you repurpose what you are doing in your day and you build it into your day, that I am going to reset the table, or I'm going to clean the dishes myself. And I just think, you know, as we exit through this process, I think there's a lot of things that we have learned. And I think it's like, when you make something, it can reward you, because it kind of, you learn through the process of it. You learn the mistakes, you learn not to do that, or how to knit, or how to build a wooden box, or how to do the garden. And I think by doing that, we gain headspace. And I think fashion in the next while has got a lot of kind of thinking, I think, to do in terms of like, how do we gain headspace within product, and why do we want to buy it? I think it has to be more generous. I think it has to be more honest. And I think it has to be kind of like, you know, through collaborations, no matter if it's collaborations with artists or collaborations with tech or the factory floor, I think by us kind of looking at craft in a way where it can be a kind of rewarding meditation. Because I think downstairs I was like, someone was talking about meditation, I was like, I've never meditated, but maybe the idea of making when you switch off is a really good example of that. And I think when you look at younger people and you look at how people have tried to navigate through this process, which for everyone has been a nightmare, I think through the simple acts of doing or working or talking to someone on the phone, you end up collaborating more with each other because I think you kind of cut out the noise. So I don't know.
I mean, would you say that that's kind of what you feel about what you worked on together as well?
Yeah, there's something. How would you describe it? Like I had a different type of focus doing it, not just because it was fast, but you know, but yeah, there was like I found myself working at very odd times during the 24 hours on it in quite a different way, and that was. It didn't feel like dysfunctionality. You know, normally when you do things like this, you like feel like, oh, I'm being, I don't know, overworking. It just seemed to. There was a recognition that things take their own time, and allowing that to happen, and putting like films on in the background or music, or I don't know, just letting one's own kind of sense of time take over was really nice.
Well, I like the idea of community as well, because I think that that's something that we've all become a lot more conscious about. And you know, even like the Harry Styles cardigan, for example, you gave people the opportunity to make it for themselves with instructions. I mean, that became like a phenomenon of.
But that's been probably the most craziest thing that never was planned. Like that's something I think we're now over. I think we're still counting as over 20,000 people have made that globally.
I wanted to do something like that.
And it's sort of, it's fascinating, but from everywhere in the world, from Argentina to India to, and it, you know, I obviously help on the board at the V&A, and we've now worked out how to, Harry has very generously donated it. And what has been interesting in that is that it is kind of built communities online doing it together. You have like people like teaching each other how to knit, like something that people, even if you can transform, like for me, that's I get more out of something like that than working for 10 years. Like it's the accidents like this through this process that would never have happened if we had not have had a pandemic.
But when you release all of that energy, I mean, I find that it's so inspirational that when you both look at what you've done together, are you thinking about ways to take it forward? Are you thinking about what you've created together is something new, and there's both of you approaching what you do with a different kind of consciousness, maybe. Can you see ways you would want to take it forward, still working together on things? Do you have plans?
I'm sure I'll pester Anthea sometime again. She'll probably not pick up the phone.
I know.
With longer period of time.
Yeah.
No, definitely. I think we have to do something at some point.
I just actually have, we have time for one more quick question. I just want to know, because I felt that was an incredibly optimistic project to be working on. How are you feeling about your work, looking at the immediate future?
Good actually. I feel like, you know, I've been through the ups and downs of everything, and I'm kind of ready. I feel like rested and kind of ready to, you know, I've got a different sense of perspective, and I feel nervously excited to go forward. Yeah.
That's
cautious.
Good.
Yeah.
Jonathan? Yeah, I'm looking. I think this year's been great, weirdly, because I think there's moments where you have despair, you have loneliness, you have excitement, you have creativity, and I think I've been able to cut out more time just to kind of do what I want to do in my own rhythm, and I think I'm looking forward to what comes out of it, because I think everything I do see that's happening, even being here right now, I would never have imagined doing. And I feel like every day is this like a new adventure, because there's no structure. There's no fashion week. There is not, you know, a press tour or going to store openings. And I kind of enjoyed that process of what possibilities can happen in the abyss. You know, like what could it be? And it's fine not knowing.
nervous excitement. It's
Yeah.
a new world. Thank you both very, very much.
Thank you very much,
And
Steve.
I'm really looking forward to the next box.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anthea. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you.
Over to you, Imran.
Thank you, Tim, Jonathan, and Anthea. And now we have a little Post Voices surprise for all of you, and especially for one Jonathan Anderson. So, Jonathan, I want you to just look behind you.
Behind
There's
me?
a little thing behind the sofa.
Ooh.
Okay, just keep that with you there for a minute. Now, for COVID safety reasons, I'm not allowed to touch it. But now you can go ahead and take out what's inside. On a normal year,
So
Voices
embarrassing.
and the BFC's The Fashion Awards are held closely together at the end of the year in the UK. This year, the awards couldn't be held in person for obvious reasons. But earlier this week, I got this note from the British Fashion Council, and we just want to pan over to Jonathan here. I've been asked to share this live at Voices 2020. Jonathan Anderson is receiving a Fashion Award 2020 under the Creativity category. This year, Jonathan redefined the possibilities of what a show can be with COVID-19 restrictions by pioneering show in a box and show on the wall concepts for both J.W. Anderson and Loewe. He offered an invitation to become part of the show experience, as we just learned, delighting all of those who received it and many more who experienced it online. The collections were a defiant celebration of fashion and craft, impeccable quality and attention to details, pushing the boundaries of what could be created during lockdown. So Jonathan Anderson, congratulations!
I'm embarrassed.
To you!
Wow.
A little celebration. Okay, come on!
Thank you very much. I feel very embarrassed right now. Well, I don't know. Thank you.
Do you want to give an acceptance speech?
I don't know if I meant to. Well, thank you very much to the British Fashion Awards for thinking of me, and to everyone in my teams, and Loewe at JW Anderson, and to LVMH for making it all happen. And I don't know. Thank you. I feel very embarrassed.
But you deserve it, Jonathan, and we're so delighted that we had this little opportunity.
I mean, an explosion.
To celebrate your contribution to the end of this fashion year.
Okay.
Well, that brings us to the close of our proceedings this year, everyone. And I wanted once again to thank our partners at McKinsey & Company, SCAD, Affirm, and the Invisible Collection for their invaluable support in making Voices 2020 possible, so we can share all of these amazing speakers with you. I especially want to thank our very collaborative partners in bringing this unusual event to life, Jack Shoot and Picnic Production, my partner, Nikhil Mansata, for designing this amazing set, and everyone on the crew involved in bringing this event together. They've all been incredibly accommodating and willing to go the extra mile to do the best we could do at making Voices 2020 a memorable experience in these most unusual times. But most of all, Voices represents the incredible teamwork of the BOF team. Every single one of our employees in London, New York, Los Angeles, Paris, and Shanghai plays a role in making this event happen. And after a year like this, it was really important to me to have something that could bring us together, to bring our team together, even through the biggest hurdles and obstacles that were thrown in our way, to enable us to reconnect with our core mission at BOF of furthering meaningful progress and change in the fashion industry. Plus, we always learn so much and we have so much fun because Voices is exciting. And as our head of organizations, Joan Cheng, said to me earlier this week, Voices is my happy place too. To the 12,000 BOF professionals around the world who signed up for this event, you are quite literally the beating heart of why we do what we do at BOF. The core purpose of BOF is to serve this community, all of you, and I really hope that we've done you proud. If you haven't managed to watch all of the talks as yet, that's completely understandable, as there's been a lot on offer these past few days, but I highly recommend you take the time to do so in the coming weeks. Our speakers this week have been outstanding. They've given so much of themselves in putting together such a compelling and passionate presentations. I feel so privileged that they've taken their time to share their expertise and perspectives and vulnerability with us. Please do take some time over the holidays to listen to what they have to say. All of the sessions will be available for on-demand viewing exclusively for BOF professional members. Please share your feedback with us in the survey we'll send out tomorrow so that we can improve upon this year's event. And finally, I want to leave you with one final note as we close Voices 2020. That is to explain why we do Voices each year. We do Voices at BOF because it helps us reconnect with our purpose as a team and as a company. And as we head into 2021, I want you to ask yourselves, what are you doing to manifest the soul and purpose of your businesses? Why did you originally choose to do what you do in the fashion industry? Because that is the eternal source of energy and inspiration that makes working in an industry like fashion so meaningful and so exciting. If you can connect with that purpose on a regular basis, I think you'll find you have the fuel to keep going in what are undoubtedly going to be some extremely tough months, maybe years ahead. And then, when the coronavirus is finally behind us, you'll be ready. You'll be ready for Carlota Perez's new green global age of the information revolution. That's all from London, and that's all from Voices 20. I bid you all adieu, and I look forward to seeing you all on the other side. Thank you, and good night.